Hey, how are you? Sorry about all the confusion from last time. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna start by kind of explaining what happened. Was it last week? I think it was last week. Yeah, and then yesterday. That's why it feels like 2 weeks because I did miss Wednesday yesterday. So I'll start. I told y'all that day. Ironically enough, it's raining again today here. So go figure. But last week it was weather stuff going on. And I told y'all that when I started, like before I got started, there was stuff going on. It was looking a little iffy. The internet was looking a little iffy. And so I was just like, hey, I don't know how good it's going to do, whatever, but I'm going to still try. And it just didn't work out. It was glitchy. It kept kicking me out. I don't know how much of what the other person, because somebody came up, we started off talking about Love Island, and somebody came up and was sharing their opinion on the latest stuff that had happened at that point on Love Island, and we just couldn't have a conversation because the internet was messy and just not working. And then I didn't even end the stream. It got so bad that what's this called? Restream ended the stream. That's how bad it was. Hey, wake up. So I just was like, I'll see y'all on the flip side. And the thing is, I had told y'all before, I knew I had these problems before with my internet. I hadn't had them in a very long time, to the point where I forgot that these things could happen. And so I hadn't like planned around it or anything like that. But basically every once in a while, I don't know why. I think it's just mainly on my computer, to be honest, because I still had internet on my phone. I still had internet on like all the other devices in my house, but it's just something with this computer every month and a half or so, for about the last year, it would just conk out and just decide for a few days it needed a break. And so that's what happened. By the weekend, the internet was back on, but I just was out of the notion. Like, I do all this stuff, but most of the time, I'm going to rip this half wig off. I'm gonna wash my face and I just be chilling, and I'll be feeling like necessarily doing all of this for other than on like days when I do this or if I'm going out or something. So it just takes a lot mentally for me to do the whole shebang, and I like to do the whole shebang for y'all. Even though there's so much, mind you, I was so mad that that happened because I was going to do so much. Like, I knew that the conversation would have been popping solely because somebody automatically came up and was ready to talk about Love Island and just all the things. So this one is all of everything I was going to talk about then, and a couple more things because more stuff has been happening, and you know how my brain works. It meshes all the things together. So I'm hoping that people were feeling so inspired to come up and join the conversation before hopefully those same people come, or people that are just as into the stuff that I was talking about come, and I can have a full conversation with people as opposed to just saying my opinions on stuff. So that was that. Then yesterday, because my routine was knocked off, and I really do have to, like, I'm so seriously thinking in real time, I need to go and see if I need to get a diagnosis or something, because my routine was knocked off so bad. I was into other routines, and one of my other routines was I have this app on my phone called Too Good to Go, and that's where different restaurants and things will sell packages of food that they don't want to throw out at the end of the day for majorly discounted prices. And Whole Foods is one of the stores and or restaurants that is on that app. And the thing about Whole Foods is, on that app, they sell out right away. Like, as soon as they post that they have things, if you don't be sitting there with your finger hovering over the button, you're not getting anything that day. And so it got to the point where I set an alarm on my phone to be able to get it. And I had been trying for like a solid week straight to get it, but it was always something going on where I would miss the packages. And it just so happens that Tuesday night, and I wasn't even thinking like, oh, this is Tuesday night and tomorrow's Wednesday and I'm not going to have time. But it just so happened that Tuesday night, I was able to get a bag from Whole Foods for Wednesday night. But they don't allow you to start coming and pick them up until 9 p.m. And so that's where I'm like, okay, I'm going to be having to try to run. Like I was trying to figure out, I really was trying to figure out like, how do I do this and still do it? And I was like, that's not going to work. Because even if the conversation starts popping off like I think it could, it's just not going to make sense for me to take. And it wound up taking me like 2 hours to get there and back to Whole Foods and back last night. So it just wouldn't have worked. And I know you're like, your fat ass was doing that over food. But yes, because it was something like I really been wanting to get a bag from them for a while. And it's almost like a pride thing at this point. Like, I'm going to get my bag. And so when I was able to actually procure a bag, I definitely want to go get my bag. And I did. And it had some nice things in it or whatever. And I was able to buy some other stuff that I wanted. And also, I don't feel as bad going to Whole Foods when I do it that way because number one, I'm saving so much money. Number two, Whole Foods is still on the shit list from the what's it called? The election and all that other stuff. So, I'm still trying, but sometimes I want little treats and pleasures for myself. So that was what I was doing last night. It wasn't even nothing major. It was just that. And also, like, I had a full day because I also had gotten pretzels from the pretzel factory earlier in the day. I think that was between like 5 and 6. So that was also pushing it with the time frame. But I got the pretzels after I had already gotten the Whole Foods bags. I was just like, hey, make it a party, right? My daughter just came back from my aunt's house after like a couple of weeks. So I just wanted to have nice snacks and things in here for her. So I was like, I'll look some pretzels and get some stuff from Whole Foods or whatever. And then tonight, earlier in the day, I made some stew and I had that cooking low and slow all day. So I'm just trying to make sure we got plenty of food in the house. Because when she wasn't here, I was just flying by the seat of my pants. It was what it was. So now I'm trying to make sure we got some food all throughout the day for her. So yeah, that's why we're doing Thursday tonight instead of Wednesday yesterday. And that's why we had, and apologies to those who were looking for last week's live. Like I said, on my end, it was so bad that I just was like, I'm taking it down. I'm not even leaving this up. It just was so disjointed and chaotic. And so I just took it down. So there is no live from last week. Hey, MJ. So that is why we're doing it today and not yesterday. But other than that, how are you guys? What have you been getting into? What's going on? Oh. And now that the internet is working back on my computer, also, what are we going to watch? We have some things to watch on Netflix. Survival of the Thickest is back. Now, I'm thinking about, and y'all can come if you want to or whatever, but doing like this would involve me sacrificing though, because I've already watched the previous 2 seasons of Survival of the Thickest, but there were certain people, I'm looking at you, Wake Up, that had said they hadn't seen it, and the new season, the 3rd season, is out. I have not watched it yet, so I want to watch it, but I will also want to watch it with you guys. I don't know, so let me know. Those of you that are in Discord, you can leave messages in the Discord about how y'all feel about watching it with me. I'm going to watch it regardless, so I'm just trying to figure out, am I watching it with y'all, or am I going to just watch it by myself? And I got blush on my hand. But yeah, that's something else I want to do. And then there's The Polygamist. Where's Kenny? Where is Kenny? Kenny said he wanted to watch The Polygamist, so I want to watch that. We watched the documentaries that they had on there already, I think. We watched Crash and we watched Maternal Instinct. I don't know if there's any other. Hey, Mary. I don't know if there's any other right now. I can't think off the top of my head, but just let me know. Like, there's things, if you want to watch things in the Discord, you can always reach out to me. If you're in the Discord, just put it in there. If you're not in the Discord, you can email me to get into the Discord, and if there's anything you want my opinion on or something, just let me know. Like, there's ways you can. And also the community tab on YouTube, that is a place where y'all can post as well. So if there's anything you want to bring my attention to that's going on online or anything like that, you can also just use that to get my attention so I know what it is you're looking for. Okay. So I'm trying to think. Do I want to reach out to a couple of specific people? No, I'm gonna just talk. Everybody just kind of finds their way over here anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I think do the intro, and then we can get started because there's so much to talk about. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and then I'll come back. This is a mother.
No problem. You in charge of the girls, right? I am in charge of the girls. Are you in charge of the girls? I am in charge of the girls.
Okay, so I had put in the Discord some reading materials to get us started. With the conversation I was planning on having like last week, but like I said, there are new developments in terms of the broader conversation that can be had with it, because there are other things going on, lots of cogs turning in my head with the things that have been coming across my feed. So I think I'm going to start off the basis of, have any of you, and you can let me know in the chat, heard of this voice note that's going around where this guy reached out to a girl on Hinge or something that he had already taken on a date or two, and he basically was letting her know that she had invited him to come to her house for their next meetup, and he was letting her know that, like, if she did not want to have sex with him, that he didn't want to try to get to know her any further. Have any of you heard of that? You can let me know in the chat. But there have been a lot of responses to that. Yes, you have, Mary. Okay. So there have been a lot of different responses to that. There's basically there's more than two schools of thought, but the two overarching are, he was honest, and that's commendable and preferable, and there's nothing wrong with it, and people are overreacting, and he is coercive and dangerous and was doing her harm by sending that voice note, and by the implications that voice note have opened up in terms of what his intentions were. So I'm going to go ahead, play the voice note right now, and then we could come back and talk about it from there. Hold on. Okay.
Had a good time tonight. Definitely think you are lovely. However, I would love to, if we're going to go to your place on Thursday, I mean, I am looking to have that physical intimacy to see if, like, I am sexually compatible with you. So, like, if I'm going to come over, like, I would be hoping to, like, hook up, have sex, have a good time, have, like, that romantic spark and that physical spark there for my own sake, because it's hard for me to continue dating someone and seeing them if I don't know if I'm sexually compatible. So I know you said I don't know about that. So, like, I guess my thing is like, what would be the point of me coming over then if we're not gonna like hook up and like cuddle and like be intimate with each other? And if that's what you don't want, that's fine. But like, I think we should just like end it here then, respectfully, just because I first date, that's fine. Like, you want to get to know each other, I'm all about that. But like, I am looking to have that physical aspect there, and I don't want to continue seeing someone if I don't know if that's good, if that's not there or not. So up to you. Let me know. I'm happy to if you do want me to come over, I'm happy to do so. Would love to have a good time, and we can have some wine, hang out, and chill. But if you're not trying to hook up, then like I think we should just go our separate ways. Let me know. Had a good time tonight. Definitely think you are lovely.
Okay. I already saw some of you making comments already. Let me see. Okay. So I'll give you no, I won't give you my opinion yet. I'll tell you what I've seen. And I think I do have some. Sorry, I'm looking to see what the girlies are saying. If I have any information on what the girlies are saying. Which one is this one? I think that was the girl. Sorry, I'm looking through my notes and the things that I saved to be able to talk about it for. So anyway, just generally, like I said, there are some people, I've seen people saying it's millennials. I've seen people saying that it's millennials that are like, it's no big deal, and he's being honest, and this and that and the other. And I can't say for certain I know that for sure. I know I'm a millennial. I don't necessarily feel that way. But go ahead. Rock out. Also want to note though that makes sense to me because again, we are sharing the internet with Gen Z, and Gen Z are basically by the numbers are the ones that are kind of less inclined to just be diving out there doing the sex and just doing whatever and being hypersexual or whatever. The statistics are showing that, the birth rate's going down and people not having sex generally. So that tracks. But then there's other people that are just like, that was coercive, to your point. That's coercive, that's manipulative, and also the deeper implication of what he's capable of if that is how he views sex and dating. And I would say, now I'm bringing my opinion into it, I agree that while it is refreshing to be able to have that kind of information up front in terms of what the expectations are around interacting, dating somebody, dating a man, there are things about his framing of the situation that give me pause. And that is kind of the problem. It's not a problem, but like in this new age where the men are privy to as much as we are privy to with them in terms of how we think and how we view things, they have new language and stuff at their disposal. One of the major concerns is that they are kind of weaponizing and employing therapy speak and language around boundary setting and such like that to do this psyop of safety and transparency when they're talking to you, but it's still a setup. My personal, both in my experience and just observation, I feel like while it is a good thing to know he's looking to have sex and he would rather have sex and or not, he would rather have sex or part ways, the way he went about, for me, first of all, if it's that cut and dry, why wasn't that something that was discussed in the first conversation, like maybe pre-setting up the date. Because my problem has always been my viewpoint on all of this stuff, as I've been saying for the last couple of weeks in these different conversations. And even before that, I feel like I talked to you guys before about the spectrum of, you got your virginal women, you got your vixeny women. Virginal women are women that are just like, I follow God and patriarchy basically, and it says that I'm supposed to be a certain kind of woman in order to garner a particular kind of experience with men. I have to be chaste, I have to be what's that called, modest. I can't be over sexual prior to having gotten married and all these types of things. So I have a pretty strict and cut and dry ideology that I follow that keeps me on this end of things. And then there's the vixen women who are just like, look, I see the forest for the trees, and I understand my leverage in this dating market and stuff, my beauty, my youth, my sexuality, whatever it is, I am in control of it, but I am also going to leverage it to get material resources and things that I need to be able to live a good life in this life. So I also have a kind of straightforward ideology about what I'm doing sexually and why. And my ministry, the people that I'm trying to talk to always is that vulnerable medium. Those women in the middle that are just like, well, I'm not a prude, but I'm also not a whore, and I just want love, and I'm just out here living, and I don't know about all of that. And my assertion is that you don't have to know about all of that, but all of that is still happening around you and then eventually to you. And that is how we wind up having those kinds of situations where, like the Steph Code situation and stuff like that, where the women are just like, how did this happen? I don't know how this is happening. I don't know how to stop it. I don't know what to do. And I'm just like, you could, like if you wanted to, you could a little bit, So that is kind of where I'm coming from with everything that I'm saying. Just wanted that known. Hey, exclusively elusive. Mary says he just wanted to make it harder for her to say no. Yes, but it's the way and it's the why for me that stands out. It's the why. And that's what I always kind of want to dive into and hone in on. Because again, when people are saying, oh, he was being honest and that's good and that's what we want, isn't it? And what do you want from these guys? And you're villainizing him for being honest and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, to say that, thank you for Sesamani. Yeah, everything Pika, everything twinkle. That's how I'm feeling. So he could have said it in the beginning. And I'm saying this as someone, this was years ago. I remember there was this guy that I was sexually attracted to. And we're going to talk about all that, like being women's attraction to men, sexual attraction, owning your sexuality. We're going to get into all of that, right? But there was this guy that I would see in the midst of my doing my things for the day. And we wound up being like connected on Facebook because he was someone around the neighborhood. And I remember I reached out to him. I was just like, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to reach out to him. And I was like, hey, did you want to get coffee sometime or whatever like that? And he immediately after making contact with him was like, look, I have a girlfriend. But if you would like to get together sometimes, go to a hotel or something and do what we do, I would love to do that with you. Now, that I appreciate it. And the reason I appreciated that is for the reason that people are saying, oh, he's being honest and he doesn't want to lead her on and waste her time and this and that and the other. And I like that approach because at the end of the day, it was as soon as contact was made. And again, this was me making contact with him. But as soon as contact was made, he didn't play them games of like, oh, well, I don't want to miss out on the pussy that she might give me if she knows a little bit too much about what my intentions are for her. No, these are my intentions for you. If you want to interact with me, these are the conditions under which I will interact with you and nothing more. And I'm letting you know from the gate so that you can make that decision. That's what I respect. What I saw in that voice note is not that. It's okay. I'm playing the game of, oh, we're going to date, but I'm getting a bit frustrated that it's not working out. Wasn't I nice enough to you? Didn't I take you out on a date? Didn't I treat you enough like a lady for you to bust it wide open for me? I'm still playing the nice guy role because, but you have 30 minutes. I don't really want to be bothered. I don't really care. You don't seem that much deeper that I need to know you before I have sex with you. Right? It's creepy. Yes, it is creepy. Beyond creep, it's just like you're clearly telling me, and this is the part that I don't appreciate either, and that I feel like I'm going, these women with it, because they're saying, he's being, I'm not going to say gentlemanly, but he's being transparent, he's being upfront, he's being kind by doing this. When to me specifically, it's still leaving space for that experience that I won't say we all, but a lot of women have experienced where, okay, you go, you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I respect his honesty and I do like him. And even though I'm not necessarily fully sure I want to have sex with him, I'm going to go a la, what's that girl name? Amari? The one on Love Island with KC, where everybody's like, she just didn't like him because she wasn't willing to have sex with him. But now, as time is going on, you're seeing some of the creepy stuff that he's doing, where maybe it wasn't that she couldn't have got there, but her intuition might have been telling her, yeah, no, maybe not him. Whereas Carl is coming in and he's green flagged up. He's green fucking lantern. And she's like, baby, I almost busted open there on the couch. I don't give a fuck. Because I just hate the way that there's not enough conversation about how your discernment actually works sometimes, and that it's not a cut and dry thing, and it doesn't work the same way with everybody because everybody's not the same. You're not going to get the same vibes off of everybody, and it doesn't necessarily have to be because you're not attracted to them or you couldn't eventually get to a point where you want, but sometimes you're picking up on shit that you just cannot put your finger on, and that's how discernment works. And then I don't feel like there's enough room given to women in that. You know what I mean? When that's happening, or talk about how that works, right? It's either, you were stringing him along because you didn't, or you just wanted all his money, you wanted him to take you on dates, whatever it is, blah, 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 right? But I feel like the way that whole, I'm pretending to be a gentleman, I'm a gentleman, or I think of myself as a gentleman, it gives very much the bank teller in Insecure, when she eventually had to see for herself and then tell Lawrence, you're a fuckboy. You're a fuckboy, and you're worse than a fuckboy because you think you're a good guy. And that's what it gives. Because then once he gets the sex that he wants, he can all of a sudden magically decide, you know what? Actually, I'm seeing something in you now that lets me know this isn't going to go much farther. I'm sorry. As opposed to really taking the time to get to know her and either figuring that out before the sex is had, or just giving up the ghost and saying, you know what? I'm not really interested. I was never really interested in having a relationship with you. Let me see. He's made his intentions clear, but we're not teaching our girls to just accept a no and move on to the next man. His why don't matter if my why matters more. And that is also true. And I did see like some women saying that that the hurt feelings are coming from women. And I kind of agree with this, because when we're talking about that vulnerable medium, like I said, that doesn't have enough of a grounded sense of self to be like, I know exactly what it is I'm going for. When it comes to dating any man, I'm either going for getting what I need to be a righteous woman in the eyes of God and society, or I'm going for what I need to be able to live the kind of lifestyle I want to live in this society, as opposed to, I'm just here and I just want to be a good girl and I just want to love a good guy and I just want to fall in love and have the fairy tale. That is where women get caught up at. So I do think for those of us that are just like, yeah, he's on some bullshit, most of us would have just blocked him and moved on with our lives. But there are a lot of people that are saying that this woman was wrong for putting this guy's voice note out there, and now it's going to encourage men to continue to not be as honest as he was being. She shouldn't have put him out there as an example of a bad guy, because now him being a good guy or better than a bad guy is going to make other guys who are better than bad guys feel like they shouldn't be as good as he was trying to be in that moment. You understand what I'm like? It to me, it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I'll be honest. MJ says, I could be way off, but it doesn't sound like he's interested in her. That voice note seems like a way to turn her off. It was a put up or shut up. Because if she would have said, if he was turned off by her, then he would have said, hey, I don't think we should see each other anymore. Or he would have not said anything at all. He just would have disappeared. Maybe he would have blocked her, ghosted her, whatever. But the emphasis was, I want to have sex with you. And if you're open to having sex with me, I want to have sex with you. But if you're not open to having sex with me in our next encounter, I don't want to even know any more about you. I don't want to spend any more time with you. I don't want to have another conversation. I don't want to look at your face anymore unless I know for certain that the next time we get together, you're going to have sex with me. So that, in a general sense, yes, says I'm not necessarily interested in you for a relationship, or you know what I mean? But I want to and even if he couldn't even hold it together through the whole voice note, because he went from, oh yes, having sex and sexual compatibility and all these, buzzwords and dignified language to, yeah, so if you don't want to fuck, and by the end of it, he had to get that fuck out there. You know what I mean? It's like it became very clear that like this guy wants to fuck her. He wants to fuck her. And then from there, the ball is in his court, because we know that once a man has sex with you, what they say, a woman controls, and I'm talking about their viewpoint. This is not my viewpoint, but a woman controls sex and a man controls relationships, right? So the language he used, or the framing was, we're not ever going to get to a relationship unless you have sex with me. But what I'm saying is, once they have the sex, there's a very high likelihood that she won't, if she's oriented towards a relationship, that she still won't get the relationship that she wants. Because that's what typically happens. And what also stands out to me that is so weird that the women are not registering either, is that a lot of the times men will disqualify women, what they call body count. Body count is a problem, right? Body count is a problem. Having children is a problem. All of these things that come from having sex with a man, and they know this stuff. But he's saying to her, we are not in a space where we are in a relationship. I do not claim you as my girlfriend. And I'm not saying he should, but I'm saying he's making it clear. I do not claim you as my girlfriend. And I'm not even sure if I would want you to be my girlfriend. But I'm letting you know right here and now that I will not go any further in trying to evaluate that or give you the opportunity to get there with me unless you have sex with me. Knowing full well, like I said, the social ramifications of a woman for just doing that, even if nothing else comes, if she doesn't get pregnant, you know what I mean? If nothing bad necessarily happens from it, it still puts her in a position for him, even him specifically, to judge her for having done it. But the women, again, it's blowing my mind. The women are on some stuff like, oh my God, why are we scrutinizing him for what he said and how he said it? So I'm going to leave that part where it is. Let's see here. I have some other things here. Not that I think I went too far. Okay, so I put everything down farther. I've been collecting so many things, y'all. Like I said, it's going in my head. This conversation is going so many different places. Also, kind of want to bring it back to Anaya and KC, because that was the thing that I was talking about last week, like in the pre-show part of it or whatever. That people, the bar is very low, that people were like responding to. So, from my understanding, because I have not watched the show, Anaya and KC, well, Anaya is with Carl now. Things are going swimmingly, beautiful. Chef's kiss, no notes. Everything's going very well, right? KC is in a position where him and Sincere were talking. I saw the clip of it. Him and Sincere were talking, and he said something about TT having proven to him that she is worthy of being his woman. And it's like now all of a sudden people are like, how could he say, oh my God, that sounds red. That's the first thing that you're hearing that he said that sounds a little red pilly. That's the first thing that is tipping people off. And I know that a lot of times when we say that, like, it's not necessarily always the same people, but people are just, the pearls are being clutched at him saying something like that, because it's like, I thought we understand that she was the prize and all this other stuff, but he's been saying he wanted to be the prize. And like I said, to me, this ties into one of the things that people have been holding against Anaya is this belief that she did not like him, that he was her last resort, as she was kind of his last resort. And so therefore her hurt and insult and everything was unwarranted. She was just doing the most for no reason. Now here's the thing. One of the major things that people are saying, like, it's not about the fact that he explored, it's not about the fact that he found somebody that he felt like was more compatible. It was about the fact that he was, again, doing that thing that I feel like the voice note guy was doing, lying to keep her in a position where she's open to doing things under the guise of, oh, well, this is how I progress the process of getting to where I want to go. Whereas for him, the destination was always sex. The destination was always sex. And yeah, maybe secondarily, he would get a relationship if he really found out that he liked her. But ultimately, worst case scenario, he got the sex and he's able to go on not having felt gypped on anything. Whereas the woman is sitting there feeling used, feeling whatever. And again, it's about the language that is used and the relational manipulation of, oh, well, there's a chance, not even a chance. In Casey and Anaya's point, he was straight up saying, like, I'm your man, you're my woman, you don't have to worry about anything. I only have eyes for you. And then to pop up like, oh, well, you didn't pick me at the door and you wouldn't touch me and all these, like all of these issues that he wasn't talking to her about in the same way. Oh, wait, let me see what you said. This is, I don't have my glasses on, so Mary, these women be desperate to have a man in their face. They'll tolerate and justify respect. I'll say social conditioning plays a role. Definitely feel like social conditioning plays a role. That man in the voice note was basically saying he was owed sex for his contribution of taking her out on 2 dates. I won't take it that far. I don't necessarily disagree with you. I won't take it that far as to think he said he was owed it, but I definitely feel like he had an idea. You know how you may have a budget, right, for going out. You're like, I'm going on a trip and I have $1,000 to spend while I'm on my trip. That's aside from whatever fees or whatever to get there and all that other stuff. But I'm taking $1,000 to spend on my trip. I think in his mind, he had a certain amount of money or time or whatever that he was willing to put in, that he's like, if I don't have sex with her by the time this runs out, it's a moot point. It's a bust, right? Like and I'm going even further to assume that I don't even think it was ever about getting to know her, to the point where it's like whatever they were discussing, he was just filling time. He's just like, yeah, oh yeah, girl, that's amazing. Mm-hmm, checking the clock. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't think he was ever, that his priority of getting to know her or getting to know a person was not ever at the forefront of what he wanted. I think the sex is primarily what he wanted. And then if she was just an extraordinary person, then maybe it will become a relationship. But he's willing to allow her and other women to think that they're looking for a relationship in order for them to be open. And hopefully they're the type of women that are willing to explore sexually prior to actually worrying about, hey, is he actually involved in the work of trying to get to know someone in order to be in a relationship? Because that happens a lot too, that women, they're counting on the women to be, to I think it was Mary's point, so caught up in the idea of, oh, I got a man interested in me. Oh, he's taking me out on a date. We have to be winding up going to be in a relationship now, that they'll be so caught up in that they'll be willing to move really fast and have that sex. So then he can dip out and say, you know what, actually, I am realizing, and it's still in the beginning, so you can't really feel no type of way about it. I'm realizing we're not compatible. Now, I also want to point out too that the idea for him to use the words like sexual compatibility, I would need to know, because I'm the type of person, you want to play, let's play. Now I have questions. What do you mean by sexual compatibility? What do you mean? When you say sexual compatibility, what do you mean? Because my thing is like, okay, physical attractiveness. Are you asking me if I find you physically attractive? And I can't say that she did or she didn't, because I don't know. And I don't know if they were flirty and she was like, whatever. He said that he had brought up the subject around sex before and she said she wasn't comfortable. So it could be that she's not necessarily into him sexually, that she doesn't see anything for him. Like, I'm not at all trying to say that there are not women who will entertain a guy that they're not actually attracted to. But I'm saying, as someone who has done it before, it was because I felt like I was being superficial, and I'm like, oh, well, this guy, like, because of the things that they were saying and doing, I'm like, you know what, Kiana, bad Kiana, he likes you. You should give him a real chance. You get what I'm saying? So it's not that I'm saying that all the signs were there that he would, but he himself said that she was setting up a date at her house. To me, if a woman is inviting you to her house, even if she's not trying to have sex with you right then and there, I feel like she is trying to get close enough to you to do that at some, like, she likes you. Because a lot of women, myself included, I don't want you coming to my house because I don't want you assuming that you're going to have sex with me. You get what I'm saying? And also, a lot of women are on some stuff of like, oh, well, you have to take me out. So she's not in a space where she's like, oh, you got to spend your money on me. She's saying, hey, come to my house. See how I live. Get to know me. Be a little bit more intimate with me to get to know me. But there's also a very good chance that she was planning on having sex with him. And I know me, if I was planning on having sex with you, and I'm thinking you like me or something, and you send me that voice note, I'm immediately like, oh, so I'm not worth getting to know unless you're going to have sex with me. I don't want to do it no more. You're fine. Like I said, I probably would have just blocked them at that point. We wouldn't have the conversation anymore. But I'm saying that there are context clues here that show that she was actually trying to, if nothing else, get closer with him and more intimate with him, where eventually, even if it wasn't that date, eventually she would have had sex, unless he did something like egregious. They would have had sex. She had to have liked him to invite him over to her house, unless she had like furniture she wanted to be moving. You get what I'm saying? Like, unless she was inviting him over there to do some kind of labor or something, she liked him enough to invite him to her house. She said, I hate the term sexually compatible. Anyone could be sexual. That's what I'm like, what are you talking about sexual compatibility? Because if can your P fit in my V? And I'm gotta be honest, statistically speaking, there's no way your P is that big that it won't fit in my V. So there's that right there. If you're saying, am I a wet noodle? Am I, am I not hot? Well, clearly she's hot enough because he wants to have sex with her. But like, what is it? That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean by sexual compatibility? Are you saying like, do we like the same things sexually? What is it? It just feels like bullshit is what I'm saying to you, right? Because to me, you can tell if you're sexually compatible without being sexual, without having sex. Case in point, when it comes, I won't say specifically who, but there was a man in my life who wound up, we were very sexually compatible, but I was not attracted to him just off the rip of seeing him. You get what I'm saying? Like, seeing him, being around him, whatever. I liked him generally as a person. He was a cool dude. But when the sexual compatibility is what led to us having the sex, you get what I'm saying? It was, the more I spent time around him, that's going to show itself, is what I'm saying. So it's not like we have to have sex to be able to determine if we're sexually compatible. The sexual compatibility leads you to having the sex, is what I'm saying, in my experience. So to me, that just felt like a pushy ass bullshit of like, oh, is she buying it? Is she buying it? I have to test and see if we're sexually compatible. Nigga, do you want to fuck me? Do you want to fuck me? Sure. Off of looks, are you someone that I would fuck? I don't know what the man looks like, so I can't say yes or no. But that's a yes or no question. Off your looks alone, are you someone that I will? Okay, so there we go. Now, in terms of is the sex going to be good? I've had people that I'm very attracted to. The sex was awful. But again, there are certain things you're not going to figure out unless you have sex. But I just feel like when he's talking about sexual compatibility, he's just like, bitch, are you gonna let me hit? That's what he really wanted. It wasn't about, oh, are we compatible? Because again, and there was somebody who did a really good, they were like, he didn't care about compatibility, because that leads to thinking of like, oh, he cares about whether or not he would be able to please her. You're not pleasing me in this conversation. I'm highly offended. This is tacky. I don't like it. So you're not pleasing me now. Right? And it doesn't give patience and sensuality. It gives technical, it gives I still hit. You know, whatever, like that kind of thing. Like you can say, oh, you got a little dick, I still hit. You're a bad man, I still hit. That's what it gives. It gives I need to be able to say I penetrated you in order to feel like I benefited from our interactions. There's nothing sexy about that. Thank you, girly. Yes, I was inspired. I was inspired by Mona Leo's song. I wanted to, and I remembered I had this wig because honestly, this is tangent. I washed my hair and I didn't feel like doing my wash and go, and I really didn't feel like doing anything with my hair at all. So I got silly braids. I got 4 braids in my hair after this, and I was like, what am I going to do with my hair? And I was like, oh yeah, I got a little cute little half wig I never wore before. So yes, and then I was like, oh, I can do my little pink makeup. This top, I've been meaning to wear this top. I love this top. This is like a sports bra thing, but I want to find more asymmetrical tops. I've been doing my style, like kind of coming up with a style plan for my wardrobe, to switch out my wardrobe or whatever, and finding the things now that I really like and works for me. And like, I love asymmetrical tops, and I like to have my shoulders out, and I like certain things. So yeah, but thank you. And I'm glad I look good for you guys. But yeah, it just didn't feel like, I ain't like it. I don't like it. Do I want to talk about that? We'll probably talk about that a little bit later. What is this one? Okay, so we've touched on that. I kind of want to go to, this is a good time to go to the more educational, I don't know, highbrow part of it. I don't know. We're going to read an article or two, right? So I was originally weeks and weeks ago inspired by this article I heard about in The Cut, where Emily Ratajkowski, do y'all know who Emily Ratajkowski is? If you don't know from her name, you would probably know her more so from the Blurred Lines video. She was in the Blurred Lines video, and then she became an actress not too long after that. She had her titties out. There was a whole thing about it in the video, whatever. So she became an actress, whatever. Then she got married and she had a baby, and then she got divorced. So she did an article. I'm going to read this article to you guys. Let me pull it up first in my little bank that I've kept here. Oh wow, this is all right. So I'll let you see it, and then I'll read it myself in the thing because it's way too small. Can y'all see that? I don't know if you can see that. That's restream. Did I open this? Oh, this wasn't open. Okay, here it is. Okay, so this is the thing, and I'm probably going to have to put my glasses on for this because of these words. Okay. So this is called Motherfucker. After becoming a single mom, I began to compulsively dating in order to figure out what kind of woman I wanted to be. Now, I will say this before I get started here. I started out like reading this with a bit of a bias because I was thinking, oh, this is some rich woman, very privileged thing. This is stupid to me. This sounds dumb to me, because you know how I feel about women acting as if being overly sexual with men is a means of empowering oneself as a woman. And I'm saying this as someone who had to learn the hard way that that's not the way to go, and learn the error of my ways. And when I say the error of my ways, I'm not trying to make it like, oh, I'm just a horrible person and I'm ruined for it. No, but when I came out of that and kind of looked back into where I was mentally and emotionally as a whole, I saw how that wasn't coming from the healthiest place. You know what I mean? And it was more so a band-aid for other things that I felt powerless to change for myself and do for myself. I felt it was a concession on my end. It was just like, oh, well, I can't really have a better than this. I'm just going to make the best out of this and get my independence from being able to do this. I understand that I'm an individual. I understand that my story is not everybody's story. But I will say before I get started reading this, I just want to say before I get started reading this, that by the time I finished it, I felt vindicated. I'm going to say that. I felt vindicated. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. It says, I knew he was new to New York when he picked the bar. It was on a street that had felt cool and exciting. Hold on. Okay. It was on a street that had felt cool and exciting to me in 2014 when I first moved to the city, and probably was before the Australian cafe that does matcha art opened around the corner. And women who could afford a uniform of Miu Miu bags, or is it Mui Mui? I think it's Miu Miu. Miu Miu bags and aloe sets moved into the fire escape apartments. My date was older than me, and I thought I'd seen him on Instagram. He was more like a walking, talking MySpace page. Bright hoodies, obnoxious gold jewelry, with a preference for passe hipster bars like the one he chosen. Washed is what I would have called him to my friends if I'd been feeling honest. Hold on. And not just looking to get laid. Not get laid in the way men do, to quickly satisfy a physical urge. Lord knows I didn't think there was any chance he was exceptional in bed or likely to make me come. Besides, even if that were a possibility, I could do that at home in 3 minutes and experience the same mind-numbing seconds I would with him. What I wanted was his attention. I wanted to feel a man's desire and to be reminded that I was a sexual being, not just the mother of a toddler. The lame bar would have to do. I'd given birth 2 years earlier, a few months shy of my 30th birthday. Pushing will be easy, the nurse told me after I'd arrived at the hospital, nearly shitting myself on the linoleum floor, repeating, oh fuck, sounding like I was having the best orgasm of my life instead of experiencing the most agonizing pain I'd ever known. I was 7 centimeters dilated, which impressed the staff. For someone like you, you'll be done in 30 minutes. Instead, I pushed for 4 hours, ripping the muscle between my ass and my legs. Oh, ripping the muscle between my ass and my vagina in the process. My OBGYN, in an effort to loosen me, had used her fingers to repeatedly spread my vagina, scratching both me and my son's delicate, nearly translucent scalp. At home, after being discharged from the hospital, I would find tiny scabs on the top of his head that matched the ones between my legs. It was a violent transition into a new reality of a screaming baby on my aching tit and a ring on my swollen finger. And then, in a time period that felt both instant and excruciatingly slow, my marriage collapsed. 6 months after my son was born, my husband and I stopped having sex. Less than a year later, we separated. I hated the condescending way people looked at me in the wake of my breakup. Their furrowed brows, the pity on their faces as they delivered an "I'm so sorry, Emily." I couldn't stand the pathetic reflection in their eyes. They saw me as someone who was unwanted, who had been left, a reject with the burden of. Hold on, I'm trying to find where I was. Oh, a needy, hungry, 2 foot tall sidekick. Even as a kid, I reasoned that all of the things I could grow up to be, it was crucial to avoid becoming a single mom. The term itself could be lodged as an insult. Having a child with the wrong man was the fastest way to ruin your life as a woman. It meant having no freedom, no choices, no emergency exit, all baggage, and no security. But as I approached the relic of a bar tucked away in the basement of a building, half expecting to have to perform some gimmick in order to enter, exhausted from endless hours of solo parenting, if I have to pick up a payphone next to the door and say a password in 2023, I did what I'd become remarkably good at in the wake of my separation. I tucked away the part of myself that could not bear the reality of what I'd become, the very thing I'd always known to fear, a single mother. As I expected, my date was in one of those bright color sweatshirts, leaning over the bar in a posture that didn't flatter him. He gave me a friendly hug, the kind a coworker would give to another after returning to the office from holiday break, which felt vaguely insulting and made me even more determined to fuck him. He'd been asking the bartender about a specialty cocktail. He explained in a nasally stoner voice. What would I like to drink? The character I'd learned to embody after my divorce, in my period of compulsively dating, was a villain. Poison Ivy, Catwoman, sexual but scary. And she drank gin martinis, many, many gin martinis. She was not tragic, nothing close to a victim. No one needed to feel sorry for her. In fact, they should all be jealous. Divorced single mom? What about instead a woman who needs nothing from men? I already had the kid and the motherhood experience so many of my friends secretly coveted while pretending to date casually. I had no illusions about the romance of marriage or a shared life together. I'd learned the hard way that being alone was better than most partnerships. I'd seen too much, discovered what many women do only when they get divorced in their mid 40s. I'd lived through the failure of a unit, yet I was barely into my 30s. This was my villain origin story. Elder Millennial got something fizzy. A slice of pineapple decorated the rim of his glass, and he picked it up and sucked on it while we talked about the apartment he just moved into. He told me he'd been in LA for a long time, East Side, obviously, and that he was about to turn 40. His career had lost the momentum it had a few years ago, and he decided, after breaking up with a live-in girlfriend, to try New York again. Conversation flowed easily as I positioned myself as Elder Millennial's guide to the city, telling him where to drink and eat. I'm pretty sure he called himself a foodie, but I can't be certain since when the term was uttered, I disassociated completely. Like a good supervillain bitch, like all good supervillain bitches, I was an urban creature. Being a New Yorker made being a single mom feel sexier. Bohemian, or at least that's what I told myself. I wasn't driving a minivan to the grocery store. I was carrying my stroller up the stairwells and yelling at loud neighbors through the apartment wall while still wearing my miniskirt and eyeliner from the night before. Aaron Brockovich of Canal Street. I ordered my third martini. His eyes softened and his face got close to mine. He was trying yet another artisan cocktail ordered as part of some male bonding ritual with the bartender that made me wonder if he was more interested in being on a date with him than with me. But as he turned toward me, I focused. I learned intimacy was quite an easy thing to create with men. He was giggling now, looking at my mouth. I wasn't sure if you just wanted to grab a drink as like friends, he said, swaying a bit. I touched his back as if I'd done it 100 times before. You're pretty, he said. Perfect, I thought. He didn't even think he had a chance with me walking into this, which meant that when I found myself on my knees in front of him an hour later in his half-empty apartment filled with cardboard boxes, a fiddle leaf fig, typical, and a bookshelf on which the books had been organized by color. I was especially satisfied with his expression when he looked down at me. He couldn't believe I was putting his dick in my mouth. He told me I looked like Cleopatra when I gave head. I'd found everything I'd come there for, a praying mantis devouring her mate. Before my separation, I'd never had a one night stand, but I'd never slept with someone the same day I met them. In fact, I'd only slept with 8 people, 4 of whom had been live-in boyfriends, and one of whom was my male best friend in high school. We had sex once, and he shuddered and ejaculated. Oh, sorry. The second he entered me. I didn't fuck anyone I wasn't pretty sure would fall in love with me because I wanted to be precious. I knew that boys didn't treat girls they thought of as sluts tenderly. Boys didn't fall in love with, want forever with, raise babies with, or take care of sluts. They wanted to be taken care of. Oh, I wanted to be taken care of. Desperately, I tried to be a good girl. Keeping my body count low was insurance. I thought it meant no one would ever cheat on me and that I'd always be loved, happy, and safe. None of that had turned out to be true. In the years leading up to becoming a mother, I came to resent deeply the naivete and inequality that being a good girl left me with. The way every man I liked had slept with more women than I had men, the dissonance I experienced when they all talked about a girl they fucked casually and were now friends with. There are girls who are capable of that, I wondered. I couldn't relate, but I wanted to. I decided to fuck my way into a new kind. Whoa, what happened? Oh, I know what happened. I gotta go to the next group of thing. I decided to fuck my way into a new kind of woman. Let me check what's going on with you guys first, if you're still with me. PTSD. Labor is called labor for a reason. Hold on, why are these looking? I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch up with the comments. She said, I got my ring, y'all. I'm wearing it on my wedding finger, so they better know to leave me alone. Labor is called labor for a reason, but she's a bit too descriptive for my case. Birth and divorce are two major stressors, so she's grieving, but framing it as her being a single mother is interesting. Yeah, there are people that are just like, she's not really a single mother, but we'll get to it in terms of how I'm viewing it. We'll get to that later. I wanted to destroy the Madonna, the special girl I worked so hard to be before an 8-pound baby had torn my vagina in two, and replace her with the whore. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine, I joked with friends. I thought I'd get some great orgasms and a few funny stories on the way too. Sometimes you're like a 40-year-old divorcee, and other times like a 22-year-old slut, my friend would say after watching me in shorts and lip liner navigate the cliquish politics of the school drop-off. Was I punitive, making men suffer for the crimes of one? I honestly didn't care. I wish I could say I started to date slowly, that there was some period of grief or reflection as a newly single person, a healthy pause before my mania. But the truth is, just a week after my split, I found myself in Brooklyn, a shell-shocked and sleepless version of myself, wearing, wearing what seemed to me like the kind of outfit a girl who goes on dates wears, a crop top and black pants that all of my friends had approved via a mirror selfie, sitting across from a DJ. Of course, a DJ. Always a DJ. I just need a distraction, I'd said, tasking my friends who had giddily gotten to work by texting every unattached and relatively unembarrassing man they knew. DJ was the closest man in the vicinity and the lowest stakes. He lived only 2 blocks away from the apartment I'd shared with my ex and our son, had been sober for nearly a decade, and was a friend of a friend of a friend. I just ordered my first martini when, perhaps to make up for the fact he didn't drink, and in an attempt to see edgy, he brought up how incest actually runs in my family. Good God. I choked on the slime of an oyster as he continued, describing the time his mother and sister had caught him watching incest porn, miming with his hand the motion of touching himself hard and fast. It was some sibling shit, he shrugged, describing the offending video. Yes, men raised in New York are uniquely disturbed characters from man hell. Later in the Uber back to Manhattan, he told the driver to turn up Bad Bunny and enthusiastically nodded his head to the beat in an attempt to sing along. That was my introduction to the dating scene. I didn't fuck him, okay? But he was an anomaly. There was a vegan graffiti artist with an impeccable posture, a chef who thought he might have chlamydia, a Spanish Gen Zer who couldn't stop sending me nudes, heavily self-medicated son of a billionaire with questionable politics, several Italians, and of course another DJ. The list goes on, but for legal reasons, I will not. And then there was the elder millennial, obsessed with dental hygiene, psychedelics, and dirty talk. He had approached the subject coyly at first, but it was like something he was kind of embarrassed about. The way a kid will test you to see if you'll talk to them about their dorky obsession of the moment. Do you like Godzilla? What about Star Wars? Do you like dirty talk? He asked. Let's see, I responded, climbing onto his bed in a pair of lace underwear. For a man who needed to talk quite a lot in order to get his dick hard, he didn't have much of a way with words. Do you like that, you streetwalker? You dirty whore? I suppressed a giggle. Whatever happened to slut? At least there was something kind of cute about slut. Still, I was game. I liked to feel him attempt to demean me. I was sure there was no way he actually could. Elder Millennial wasn't traditionally handsome, but he was tall and he was a functioning adult with enough money to keep his studio in Echo Park while renting a place in New York, which is to say he did just fine with the ladies. He was the kind of guy who other men couldn't believe got laid, but he's ugly. And whose desirability women all shared an unspoken understanding. Still, it shocked me when, 2 weeks after our first meeting, he showed me photos of the girl he'd been seeing before me. She was exceptionally beautiful, with thick eyebrows, a delicate nose, and massive soft breasts. She was also in her early 20s. I wasn't jealous, though I was slightly disturbed by the questionable age difference, but there was something that struck a nerve. I sensed he had never considered why so many women were available to him. All he knew was that after he was done fucking one woman, another different yet equally intriguing one would appear behind her. His innate entitlement motivated me. I knew I'd be the one to end things with him, and that felt right. It felt like my responsibility, like I owed it to the world, like I was the only one for the job. Take that, motherfucker. In these months of dating post-separation, I learned two things. The first was that many men are turned on by motherhood. At a party just a month after my separation, a sister to several famous single moms consoled me immediately with men don't care, by the way, about like the you having a kid thing. I exhaled. At the time, her comment felt monumental, like she was addressing the exact thing no one wanted to say, but that I'd been so scared of. That as a single mother, I was unlovable, used up, and discarded. I soon came to find out that it was quite the opposite of they don't care. In fact, they liked it. There were many men who experienced the loneliness that comes with years of selfishness. They were particularly attracted to the idea that being a parent meant self-sacrifice was a given in my life. Did they want me as their mommy? Maybe. The second thing was simple wisdom any grandmother could possibly bestow. The more I seemed to not need a man, the more desperately he needed me. So when Elder Millennial told me he was pretty sure he was in love with me after just 3 weeks, I felt a flicker of familiar anxiety in my chest. I told myself there was nothing for me to worry about. I had the upper hand. I knew there was no chance of falling in love with him. I didn't even like him really, but it was more than that. He didn't offer me anything more than relatively superficial escapism. I wasn't getting off on the sex as much as I was getting off on being romantically inaccessible for the first time in my life. I was that bitch. Too busy with my work, friends, and divorce. Too preoccupied with the love and care I took pleasure in giving my child to want anything more from him. Still, I continued to see him. I'd seen a tweet about doing it for the plot, and that this is me talking. Remember, we were talking about doing it for the plot before, so this is an extension of that conversation. Okay, back to the article. That I'd begun to repeat a bit too often in those days, as if it were a mantra. Elder Millennial had his own mantras, and not just the ones he repeated while inside of me. Animal brain was the term he coined and repeated, usually after downing a few of his tropical cocktails. He was half explaining himself, half philosophizing. It was pretty simple, really. He often behaved during sex in a way that didn't align with who he was as a well meaning, campaign for Obama twice type of guy. With animal brain, you could be violent, cruel, whatever you wanted. But by that logic, I offered after one of his many late night rationalizations, you could use it to excuse anything. I told him that as a kid, I once destroyed an ant farm with my parents' dirt driveway. It was so satisfying to do, but of course, I felt guilty watching the colony. Hold on. Wait, gotta go back. And now I gotta find where I was. Damn it. Now I lost where I was. No, that's the first one. Okay. Oh, watching the colony descend into mayhem. After one of our evenings spent together, feeling the beat of an encroaching hangover induced migraine, and knowing that my son would be awake early, hungry, and with a diaper to change, I would silently dress and slither out of Elder Millennial's front door. I had rules: never miss bedtime and basically no sleepovers. These were natural and easy to abide by. There was nowhere I'd rather be than when I woke up with my toddler. So no matter the number of martinis, I'd be fully dressed and out the door to relieve the sitter and be ready for my son's 6 a.m. Mama. Witnessing this, he'd tell me he thought I was a good mother. Single moms, man, y'all are amazing. Women are amazing. Later, he'd call me a whore in order to come. Um, where is that? Hold on. Hot, my married friend purred, titillated by the thought of sex with anyone other than her husband. But it wasn't. And after a month of cooperating with the dirty talk, I began to reach a breaking point. The novelty of our initial connection was wearing thin. I started rolling my eyes when his name would pop up on my phone in the morning, or when my expression concealed with his face buried in my neck, he'd whisper, "That pussy is all mine," into my ear. And while I'd gotten used to receiving his I love yous, I decided I needed to gently and politely let him know I wasn't so sure if we should be exclusive. I could tell the elder millennial had started to catch on, at least a little bit, to the dead-eyed supervillain I'd been playing all along. I certainly wasn't giving cozy. And when we were lying in bed, I said I thought we should slow things down. He shook his head, uncomfortably scratching his arm and then his head. His baritone voice became squeaky, like a child's. "But you seeing other people, that could embarrass me," he stammered, staring at the ceiling. Okay, now I gotta go to the other one. In the middle of my ongoing divorce, I paid a visit to my lawyer's office on the Upper West Side. He was a father in his 50s who chose classic New York accent endeared him to me immediately. Most of our interactions up to that point had been on the phone, and the intimacy of an in-person meeting made me anxious. I need something to drink. My throat. I waited for him in the expansive reception area on the building's 37th floor, a space silent save for the occasional suppressed coughs of the middle-aged woman at the front desk. He came out of his office to greet me, a hand extended in front of him, and I stood up, suddenly feeling self-conscious about the mini dress and knee-high boots I'd worn to the meeting. I felt instantly that I'd let him down, shown him that I had no idea what we would be up against if we ended up in court. This was not the kind of outfit to wear to prove to a conservative judge that I was a good mother. But the lawyer was a kind man, or at least a polite one, and as he led me down a gray corridor to a small conference room, he gave no indication that he thought my ensemble was in any way inappropriate. He made small talk as we reviewed paperwork, and though it felt ridiculous to discuss weather and my son's recent interest in given the weight of the events that brought us here, the chatter provided relief. Then he dropped his pen and looked at me directly, his tone shifting. You know, I see a lot of cases, he began. Women who are abused emotionally, sexually, physically, monetarily. Last week, I had a client who we've been working with for months, gathering the information we needed to make sure her divorce would be seamless. Her husband was awful to her, just awful, okay? I nodded, assured of what he was going to say next. She called me yesterday and told me she was no longer divorcing him. He paused, a practiced performer. You should be proud of yourself, he said. Most women don't leave. I left his office that day with an unexpected gift, a new kind of understanding of myself. Leaving my marriage wasn't about seeking anyone's attention or approval. It was the opposite. A hard choice that came with a lot of pain and at a great cost. Becoming a single mother changed the way people looked at me, exactly as I feared it would. But it also allowed me to finally see myself. I wasn't left, I left. I knew then that being able to leave, to say no, was the only real superpower I gained through divorce. I was brave, really actually brave. I still felt nervous walking to Elder Millennial's apartment later, repeating the lines I'd rehearsed in my head and with my friends. Just be direct, they had told me. I sat on the floor, cross-legged, feeling oddly exposed. I was taking off my costume and going off script. Look, I began. The dirty talk isn't really working for me. Of course, it's only fun if it's fun for both of us, he responded too quickly, as if I reading from his own script. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I wondered the same thing. It occurred to me that then, despite my performance as a supervillain, a character I believed made me impenetrable, I was just as misguided and vulnerable as I'd been in my 20s when I was playing the good girl. I'd never been connected to my own desires. It was all ridiculous. A silly game of performances with no substance. What was left for either of us? I knew then I'd never see him again, so I kissed him, hard. I wanted to be the praying mantis one last time, which is maybe why, mid-thrust, when I felt the sting of a slap, a hard one, harder than any one he'd delivered before, with the hiss of his words, I didn't ask for your feedback, bitch. I almost started to cry. I was there for power, but I'd forgotten. Animal brain, I thought, waiting for him to come. I'm just going to let that marinate for a little bit. Okay, so hey, True. All right, so now let me see what you guys were saying. Exclusively Elusive says, whoa. Black Healer says, why? Hey, True Mystique. Yeah, they told you what's going on. Huh? Yeah, exactly. It was way better than I expected it to be. I will give you that. It was way better than I expected it to be. Okay, so let's review, because I know you're probably reeling like, huh? And I know a lot of y'all were probably like half listening, and I get it. So she's explaining that when I'm going to try to go chronologically and not jump around like her article did. She's saying that when she was growing up as a woman in the dating field and thinking about how she wanted her romantic life to be, that she came to the conclusion that a lot of women come to, where it's like, okay, I want to have a certain lifestyle and I know enough. I've been socialized enough to know that I need to be a good girl. So remember, I'm talking about the virginal, the vixen, and then the vulnerable median. She's saying that she was more so, I'll give her between virginal and vulnerable median, in that she understood that men prefer the untouched, virginal type woman. Even if you have been with men, your body count is low. And so she was prescribing to all of those things prior to getting married and prior to becoming a mother, that she needed to keep her body count low, and she needed to, not be overly sexual. She needed to be demure and cutesy and let the man lead. And the only men that she ever had sex with were men that she was in long-term relationships with. So then when she got married and her marriage wasn't what she thought it was going to be, I guess he cheated on her and all of those things, she felt like, oh, you know what? This is some bullshit. I'm leaving And then she found herself being a single mother, which is something, and this is stuff I've talked about on here many times before, and also in my book, where I talked about the mind fuck of becoming that dreaded single mother, because then she was more aware of those things, of being worried about that stuff than I was per se before I became a single mother. But basically the reality of becoming a single mother and of what you recognize you're going to be up against being a single mother in terms of the perceptions of you. And she was worried about that. She was concerned about that. But then she said, what's low? 3 or less? I mean, I guess it's person to person, but I think a lot of women feel like the circumstances under which they've been in a relationship affect that too. So it's like she's saying that she felt like she was protected by the idea that she could say the only men she had been with were men that she was in committed long-term relationships with. So the point overarching is that it's always this rationalization, and I don't think women understand how much rationalization we do around trying to tell ourselves that we are safe and we're okay and we're out of the danger zone in terms of how men perceive us and how they could possibly treat us. So I want you to put a pin in that. But she was saying that then when she found herself being a single mother because of circumstances, her husband wasn't doing her right, she decided to leave the marriage. Her lawyer confirming to her that she was doing the right thing by herself by leaving the marriage, by recognizing what she didn't like and not compromising, because he's seen women in way worse situations who will compromise themselves further by staying. He's saying you are strong for having recognized what doesn't work for you and that this is not a good situation for you and choosing to leave. So she's like, okay, I'm feeling empowered by that. She was also feeling empowered by having met some other woman in the industry that said to her, hey, don't worry about men not wanting to deal with you because you're a single mother. They actually do like it. It's not a bad thing. So then she's thinking, oh, I'm not unwanted. I'm not discarded. I'm not, an undesirable. I'm actually very desirable. And not only am I desirable, I'm powerful. And I'm going to take that new power and I'm going to reclaim my sexuality and I'm going to get out there and I'm going to show these niggas who is boss. And so she goes out there and she's playing the game and she's thinking she's safe and she's thinking she's in control and she's meeting this man and she's analyzing this man and she's, empowering herself through her choices, and she's still prioritizing being a good mother, and she's doing all of the things. And so then what the ending shows is that none of that means any shit, because while you're doing all of this shit in your head, they got a whole nother script running in theirs. And that has always been my point. That has always been my point. When we talk about doing shit for the plot, no, we're just going to have fun and it's not that big of a deal. It's never that big of a deal until they show you why it's that big of a deal. And I want to be clear. This is a white, skinny, she was already chosen. She was like a model and all that other shit. This is a highly privileged woman. And she still had that experience of when she was, trying to part ways and empower herself and this and that and the other, that nigga made sure his parting gift to her was letting her know, bitch, I'm in control. You clearly, and that's why we're talking about these games with consent, and he was upfront and he was honest and this and that and the other and that if and when you let these niggas get you into a point where they feel like they have the upper hand, they're going to show you what consent means to them. And I'm saying this as someone who has been raped in my own home during a time when he was there to have sex with me consensually. But when there was something that he wanted to do that I didn't want to do, that I was willing to try, and then decided that I didn't like, and I wanted to stop, he did not stop. And he did not let me get up. And so when I'm speaking from the viewpoint of someone who has been in that space of feeling like I'm empowering myself through my sexuality, when in reality, I just didn't know what else to do because I was overwhelmed with all these changes to how I view myself. And I'm trying to I'm basically trying to find my footing, but I'm thinking that I'm empowered and I'm sexy and I'm this and I'm that and I'm in control and it's my house. They can't hurt me in my house and this is going on and that is going on and I'm in control. And so when you give these dudes the benefit of the doubt, when you don't scrutinize these dudes, when you don't overly dip into your discernment when evaluating what they're doing, why they're doing that, what that means, why they said it, how they said it, why they felt comfortable saying it that way, what they could have said that they didn't say. When you don't do that deep analysis, and I want to be clear, this is not me saying anybody deserves any of that stuff that happens to them. I'm saying this is how you prevent, and this is how you really truly evaluate. Number one, knowing that this is how that type of stuff happens. When people go, I don't know how this happens, I'm telling you, this is how that happens. Hey, Les, this is how that stuff happens. And it's not because, oh, you didn't do enough. It's because you don't know. I'm trying to tell you, you think it gets way deeper than any of us can conceive. And I'm saying that as someone who was stared into the void and is like, I don't need to find out anymore. I don't need to go any deeper in it. I'm out. I'm good. So that leads me into, let me get out of this. What's the next thing? Am I still in here? I am still in here. So you get to see how much stuff I'm talking about. That was funny. That is so funny. Not you guys. Which one? Not that. There was something, and it was something I just said that let me know what I'm on. Okay. So there's this lady, she's talking about desire. She was talking about like her desire. Yeah, we'll go down to that. Did I put these down there together? Oh no, I put these ones down there. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting the things I want. Okay. So we're going to go to this one. Because this is one of the girls who was talking about, she's talking about desire for men. I was having a conversation with someone recently about like the desire for men. And you guys, like I always take it there where I'm like, I just feel like women need to be very clear and blunt with themselves about why they're doing these things and why they're willing to make allowances for guys in these types of situations, like that voicemail situation, when to me it's clear the reality is when you want to fuck a nigga, you just gonna fuck. And you're going to excuse a lot of stuff. And you're not going to be scrutinizing. And you're not going to look at things in a way where you're like, hey, I'm out. You're going to find a way, unless they outright smack you or something like that, to be like, oh, it's okay. I'm safe. I'm fine. I'm in control. Right? So there's this woman. Hey, Erica. How you doing, girl? There's this girl who has an opinion on desire for men, right? She has this opinion on desire for men, and I want to kind of hold on. Oh no, this isn't her. Well, I'll get to her in a second. I want to start with her first. Let me find her because sorry guys, I thought I had it together. Where is that lady? I gotta go to KJ then because I know she has her. What's her name? Musings of Janice. Okay, sorry, I gotta find it. Okay, this is the one I want to read. How you been, girl? Yes, I'm going to share it. So I want you to listen to this one, and then there's other commentary that comes after this one.
like men. And I wrote a Substack essay. I like men the way gay men like men. And I wrote a Substack essay talking more about this because my desire for men isn't always romantic. It's not always tender and soft and emotional or about how he makes me feel inside. Sometimes it's feral and primal and visceral. It's his forearms and his back muscles and the way he moves through a room, and just watching him exist is pleasurable on its own. And I wrote about this because I feel like women's desire often gets collapsed into a couple of options. It's either this overly emotional and romantic and tender moment, which obviously I love and I think is so beautiful and important in any sort of romantic or sexual dynamic, but sometimes that's not necessarily what we want all the time. Or oftentimes it is very graphic and visceral and degrading and objectifying, or it is passionless and detached and chore-like, and none of those feel true. There is a version of female desire that is consuming and urgent and a little perverse and unruly, and I feel like that is often not represented in a lot of media depicting female desire, and I think it's important for us to talk about this. I think a part of the reason why that middle ground has become invisible is because the conversation has become so one-dimensional. There's a whole discourse right now that is telling women that engaging with men sexually is inherently degrading and that men are incapable of desiring women while also respecting them, and that the best solution right now is to opt out. And of course, I completely understand where that sentiment is coming from and why people feel this way. But what do we expect women to do with their desire? We cannot just tell women that wanting men makes them complicit in their own oppression and then expect them to erase that feral primal hunger. That is not liberation. That is just a different kind of suppression. It is very socially in to not like men right now, to opt out, to redirect your energy, to protect your peace. And of course, I completely understand. I clearly see the climate of how things are between men and women currently. I'm not unaware of that, obviously. But I think we still need to make space for women who still want to engage with men, who still desire men, without framing it as a failure of feminist consciousness. Because women's desire is just as real and valid as anyone else's. We have built an entire culture around women being desired, but we have failed to build a culture and a language for women who desire. And that's the thing. Women are allowed to want and not just be wanted. They're allowed to consume and not just be consumed. To actually physically, viscerally want someone, to have that feral, primal hunger and desire, and not have to translate it into something softer or more romantic or more emotionally palatable for it to be acceptable. I like men the way gay men like men. And I wrote a Substack essay.
Sorry, so that was the end of it. So that's her. I'm gonna let that sit before I say my stuff, and I'm gonna play a couple other videos of like people reacting to what she said, and then we could go from there.
You can go check out Homegirl's video. She basically says that, she is a woman who identifies as a gay man because she has the ability to separate.
I like men the way gay men like men. And I wrote a Substack essay talking more about this because my desire for men isn't always romantic. It's not always tender and soft.
You can go check out Homegirl's video. She basically says that, she is a woman who identifies as a gay man because she has the ability to separate romance from sex. She brings in a lot of flowery, sensual language into that particular position.
Hold on, I'm gonna do it again.
I didn't read the Substack essay because I was just turned off by the beginning. It felt extremely homophobic and it felt like an extremely misogynist.
I like men the way gay men like men. I wrote a Substack essay talking more about this because my desire for men isn't always romantic. It's not always tender and
You can go check out Homegirl's video. She basically says that, she is a woman who identifies as a gay man because she has the ability to separate romance from sex. She brings in a lot of flowery, sensual language into that particular position. I didn't read the Substack essay because I was just turned off by the beginning. It felt extremely homophobic and it felt like an extremely misogynistic take. And it just solidified for me the psyop of third wave feminism in the late 2010s. The psyop of hookup culture and how you're very ill-informed and you're very undereducated in the sexual terrain to know what to say something like that to other women, to say that you other women are just so she didn't simply say, hey, I'm a very sexual person and this is what I like. This is my sexual freedom. It wasn't giving fet life. It wasn't giving kinkcore. It was giving projection. You girlies are too emotional about this shit. That's what she stated it in her video. The reality that she lives in is as if there's not a war on women going on right now. There are tons of videos of 19 and 20-year-old girls talking about getting no college degree, being a stay-at-home mom, and having a ton of kids. There are white conservative women being told, you don't deserve the vote anymore. Women should not have the vote. Okay, they're trying to culturally incentivize this and then have an electoral result of women losing the vote. Simultaneously with this Samantha Sex and the City modern character that now should go on prep. For what reason? You know what I mean? For what reason? But HIV prevention doesn't stop rape. It doesn't stop the femicide crisis. She spoke of these women like just being anti-casual sex, anti-men, not wanting to have sex with them, kind of these wounded birds who are just an alarmists. I am 34 years old, and and most of my female friends have been raped after consenting to protected casual sex by stealthing or rape. You agree to vaginal and he rapes you anally. You gave him what he wanted, right? You are engaging in this desire, your female desire, and you still got raped with a person that you consented to at that point, and he consented to you as casual, and you got raped. Is that an anomaly? I don't think it is, because all my women friends who are over the age of 29 have similar experiences like that during this third wave feminism, 2010s be a freakadeek time, okay? I've never cried on here, but I am going to do it today because the psyop is making me angry. I'm actually so fucking angry. You had the mother... I'm not angry at... Let me stop. I'm not going to be angry at her, okay? Because she is being fed an idea that is constructed for her to disseminate 39,000 likes on that post. And you're about to tell me that women who are putting their fucking foot down and are saying, you know what? I'm not giving none of y'all the time of day because I know that this isn't about an experience. It's about my domination. You're incentivized to dominate me. You're not incentivized to be intimate with me. Why do you think they want everybody on PrEP? And they want to have unprotected sex with a ton of women in casual hookups. Because that is their desire. You're navigating through men's desire. Oh, well, I'm a woman who wants to have casual sex with cis heterosexual men freely. Girl, take your ass to Fat Life and take your ass to a queer orgy and go there where everyone's pulling up their mind charts. Go do that, but that's not where you're doing this at. Right? I don't think that's where the girlies are doing this at. They're doing it with the men who are trying to sell you your domination through liberation. Your desire has been contorted against you and used against you. But the girls who have experience, as someone who literally has worked as an S worker, a dominatrix in dungeons, a fetishist for 12 years, and I have seen everything. Do you really think that I am this sex negative wounded bird woman who's so battered? Now it's like, oh, the sex workers are battered. The sex workers that get paid to deal with these men are now battered. And they're not, but you're above that, right? Because you're not a sex worker. You're doing it for free because it's your female desire. He's not looking at you like that. He's looking at you as material. And I'm looking at him as material too. That's not how it works. That's not how it works, yo. All men in the West, I'm just going to say the West because this is my experience, or especially in the United States, are incentivized into subjugating and dominating women. through the sexual market, through through relationships, through marriage, through industry. Like, they're indoctrinated to do it. Your female desire does not supersede that. It's novel. It's novel. And all it's going to do is have you get a message from a regular looking guy on Tinder, and your body's going to wind up in a lake because you're not clocking something that a lot of us have clocked already, that are these wounded birds. To then, you know, act as if gay men, like, this is how gay men just act. They are just hypersexual. Cruising became a thing. A friend of Judy became a thing because gay men were being arrested for being gay and put in mental institutions. So the only way that they could express intimacy was through sex. In public parks, in bathrooms. Because they would be arrested and institutionalized. These things don't come out of nowhere. This is not just inherent. Gay men are men, so they are just inherently hypersexual and you know, objectify men. And the difference between you, girly, and a gay man is gay men have maleness. That's still not to say gay men have not been butchered and killed when they've gone, you know, to meet somebody off of an app, because it's happened. But it's happened more with cis femmes and trans women, where they go over to a guy's house that they want to explore their female desire with, and they get killed. And it takes a minute for people to find the guy who did it, because she never decided to ask for his ID, his address. She never decided to do a background check because he's just a hot guy who's into her online and she wants to just go meet up with him. But if you talk to a wounded bird sex worker, which is on the front line of femicide, sex workers are on the front line of femicide. They would tell you, don't do that. Don't go to no guy's house the first night. Don't even go to a guy's house when you meet him that night at the bar. Don't do that. You need all of his information before you do such a thing. You need a paper trail so that if you do end up dead, they will find your body. We know risk. You know no risk. And that is the problem, is that I want to say patriarchy, but to be honest, men. Yeah, there is a fraternity of men who are socially engineering this. What they're doing is they're trying to take women who have self-esteem issues, I think, who have no sense of self, into these sexual robots to have unprotected sex with no accountability, with this false idea of liberation and no concept of risk.
So I want to take a moment to kind of differentiate some of what she said to some of what she said from my perspective on it. But in a general sense, gotta be honest, this is what I feel like I've been saying. I don't think women are, and this is bringing Emily Ratajkowski's article into it and everything, and that experience she's having of she's completely in her head. We're following her experience and her inside of her own head of what her experience is of having this empowering experience of reclamation of her desire and her sexuality and this and that and the other, and it ends up with her being duped into a false sense of security of, oh, I was able to tell him, you know, how I feel and what I want, and him showing her in that moment when there's no other outlet for her to get out of it, that actually, bitch, I'm in control and I can do whatever the fuck I want to you. And what I'm saying, as someone who's experienced that, is I don't think, again, we're talking about the virginal women, the vixen women, and I'm talking to the women in between, that vulnerable median. The reason women are vulnerable is because they're not in this space of having something concrete to hold on to that is unchanging outside of how they feel about it, that says this is the way things are. When women are doing that virginal thing, that, oh, I have to be a certain kind of woman because of, they'll say religion or morals or whatever, it's really patriarchal, you know, Abrahamic things, but it doesn't change. You as a woman have a certain role you're supposed to play, or else you are subject to certain negative things. You got to be chaste, you got to be modest, you got to be submissive, all of those things, or you get treated bad, i.e. like a single mother, you get discarded, you know, you get relegated to certain kinds of abuse. You'll only be good for certain things. You will never be able to be in the most comfortable position that a woman can be in society. So that's the ideology of the virginal woman. The vixen woman, that's the sex worker she's talking about. They understand the nature of men. They understand the ways that men will use this stuff and play around it and work around it and run circles around these women. And so they say, well, hey, I don't want to sit where they're sitting at. I'm going to be more practical and I'm going to be more proactive about getting my just due. And I'm going to get the materials. And I'll interact with them sexually or whatever, but it's going to cost them the things that I want and need to live the type of way that I want to live in this capitalistic society. But then you have that median that's just like, well, I'm not necessarily religious, or maybe I am religious, but I still kind of want to do my own thing, and I just want to explore. I want to explore my desire. You know what I mean? I'm not dead. I'm a human. I'm a red-blooded woman. I'm heterosexual. You know, all of the things, all of the talk that says I just want to do this thing. I want to do it for the plot, or one day my prince will come, or whatever, but it's not rooted in anything that's outside of themselves, that's concrete and unchanging, that helps them. And again, I'm not saying that these people have it all figured out and nothing bad ever happens to them, but like I said, they have something outside of themselves to anchor to. I feel like the vulnerable median has nothing to anchor to. It's all just vibes, how you feeling, right? And so that's what makes them the more vulnerable median to me. This is all my idea. TM, okay? Vulnerable median, TM, right? And so what I'm saying is that when we're having this discussion, it does frustrate me. And I know I've had, debates on here and conversations on here where I'm trying to belabor the point. Yeah, it's nice to say, oh, well, I still want to keep myself open to the possibility. But when you're going out and interacting, yes, you have that mindset. But like Emily Ratajkowski, your mindset is your mindset. These men's mindset is something different. And as someone who is vulnerable median from way back and had experiences that until I went and sat where the men were talking and just listened and let myself be anchored in what they were saying and not let how I felt about it sway me and what I think I wanted sway me and nothing. I just sat and I listened to what they were saying and took it at face value. It gave context to so many experiences I had already had by then. So many experiences where I was like, why would he treat me like that? Why was he mean? Why was he dismissive? How did that happen? It gave me the context I needed, because I realized that no matter how good my intentions were or how, pure my intentions were, that it doesn't change the intentions these dudes had, and the ways that they will use our naivete, our refusal to accept what we may see, or our, not even our refusal, sometimes our refusal, but a lot of time our just inability to understand within the context that I got from listening to them, because a lot of us don't have that background of being around them and hearing that, having heard that stuff before. So they know that they can use that lack of understanding, that lack of context, i.e., that the different reactions to that voice note, to be able to work in between that middle ground of, oh, she doesn't really understand. And I have practical, what's it called? Plausible deniability. Oh, well, I told her what it was up front. You knew what it was. We weren't together. Any and all of those things. That is where that's how these are the mechanics of how that stuff happens. So when we get into those situations where we have somebody come in and say, I don't know how this happened, I don't know what happened, these are the mechanics of how that happened, because people either are unaware or they don't want to accept these things that are now in our faces. They weren't in our faces like that before when I was growing up. I wish they were, because like I said, things would have been a lot different for me had I had that context. I'm trying to think, do I want to play the video where someone is linking the first girl's video with the whole, let's play that, and then we'll read her her article, because I do have that, her Substack. And close. Oh yeah, let's do this. Not yet. Okay. Mhm.
What people are missing about the whole voice memo thing, where the man says, "Oh, like I would like to have sex on the second date, so let's not meet if we don't want to do that. If you don't want to do that." What they're missing is that he is asking an exorbitant favor of her that almost certainly only benefits him. And it doesn't matter how clearly and upfront you are about an exorbitant favor. An exorbitant favor that requires her to take almost 100% of the risk. Because a man asking you to have sex with him when you barely know him is something that could end catastrophically for a woman in her injury, in her death, in her pregnancy, in her need for an abortion, with very low promise of reward. Because what if he can't please her sexually? It's way more complicated a lot of the time, you know, for men to figure out how to please a woman than for women to figure out how to please a man. So you are asking her so callously, directly, yes, he's being very straightforward, but you're just asking her so callously to risk her body and her safety. And if she doesn't know if she wants to risk her body and her safety with you for a diminishing reward after one date, we should just part ways. Now, he was honest, but what is the good about being honest about an asshole request? That's what's missing from these discussions. Sexual liberation conversations are so lazy in progressive circles. They are, right? One thing that right-wing people at least get right, as horrible as their sexual politics are, is being realistic about what a woman is risking when she opens herself up sexually to a man, right? Yes, she could enjoy the sex, but they understand all of these other things means that the man has to make some assurances, right? And he has to know her well enough and long enough and, you know, provide enough benefits that it's worth that risk. Now, progressive people are like, hey, you know, women can enjoy sex too, and that's cool. But then they go the other extreme of not acknowledging the basic risks that are always going to be present, even in a sex-positive society. Even in a society in which a woman has access to adequate birth control, which we do not live in, and has access to adequate reproductive agency, which we do not live in, it would still remain that men cause 98% of violent crime. Like, exposing yourself up unarmed, naked, to a man you barely know is a massive risk, no matter how sexually liberated you are. And men who are adopting a lazy version of sex positivity that only benefits men want to think that as long as they are honest, they don't have to acknowledge that imbalance of power, which is what would lead a man like this to think he's a good guy by being honest about the fact that he wants you to put out sexually on a second date. And if not, bye. Like, I saw another woman who made an amazing analogy, which is about money, right? Like, people here are saying, well, some women are willing to put out sexually on the second date, so it's good for him to be honest so he can find those women. Some men were willing to give me a $10,000 without meeting me. It's very weird. I went to Turkey. It was like a layover. There were men literally offering to drop thousands of dollars to have a date with me without even the promise of sex. This isn't a flex. It was very weird. Anyway, having said that, just because those men exist doesn't mean it wouldn't be wildly inappropriate and rude for me to tell a man who I went on a nice date with, hey, so we had a nice time, but I need you to know that the next date I'd expect you to spend thousands of dollars to spend time with me. We can hold hands too, but this is how I know if we're fiscally compatible, so if you're not willing to do that, we should stop. Now, because I was direct, does that mean what I asked for is good? Right? I don't know many people who would think well of me for asking that. I wouldn't think well of me for saying that, because it's a callous thing to say no matter how plainly you put it. So people need to stop concentrating on how direct this guy was and look at what this is actually saying about how unrealistic and entitled men are when it comes to the lopsided risk women are taking. Of course, women should have plenty of time to get to know you before they take on all of the risk of sex with you. Of course. They should have time to get to know you before they take on the risk of being alone with you because of the stats. What people are missing about the whole voice memo thing.
Okay, I switched it to the article. We're going to read the article now, but yeah, what she said. Also, I want to be clear, if it's not clear, that for me, this is not about making anyone feel bad. Let me get big for this. I always do that. Let me get big for this. Okay. My intention, again, speaking as someone who was of the mindset, this was in like my mid to late 20s, of I have to have sex. Life isn't worth living if I'm not having sex. If I can't have sex, then how am I really free? You know, a lot of things. And I've talked in depth on here before about where my mind was at and what sex symbolized for me, and what I actually thought was available to me in life at that time, and all these different things. So I'm saying this as someone who genuinely has a connection to that part of myself that was in that mindset, right? But again, being someone who's also walking that path to who I am now, of having learned about the truth about how I was engaging and whomst I was engaging with, and the parameters around that I can assume around the engagements. Had I known that stuff, what I know now, I wouldn't have done those things, because I was in a space of thinking, of assuming a certain level of safety that I now know does not exist and did not exist in those situations. God has kept me, is what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? I'm trying to work on not saying that as much. You get what I'm saying? That just bothered me that I said that. So this is not meant to, I'm not saying this, and I know ultimately, like, I could say whatever I want to say on here, and it doesn't necessarily mean people are going to change their minds. But my hope is that this will be here. I knew that was going to go off, and that's fine. That this will be here, available to women and young girls, you know, even after I'm gone, to be able to reference. Hopefully it'll be better by then. They won't need it. That's just like, hopefully they won't need it. But you know what I mean, in the archives, because it's so interesting to me. A lot of the stuff that girl just said when she was saying about calling it lazy specifically, I remember saying that almost verbatim on that other channel about how I felt like it I was speaking more specifically about women being in these spaces where these conversations are being had, where these subjects are being discussed, specifically men are being discussed, but yet there's still conversation around, oh, well, we should still be able to have sex and sexual freedom and yada, 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 yada. And I just felt like it's lazy to just go to that place of, oh, men are awful. Men are really bad, and you know, to these extremes of what we're going to do to keep men from being, you know, existing in the world, not having the boys and all this other stuff. Like, we're willing to go to those extremes, but we're willing to do everything except not have sex with them. We're willing to do everything except truly evaluate the sense of engaging with them sexually, romantically, things like that. I just think there's something off there about it. And so, you know, it's kind of vindicating for me, not going to lie, and warms my heart to see the girlies saying, yeah, no, we're already there. We're already with you. And the statistics show it. The statistics are showing the birth rate being down, and all the different things that are down right now show that the girls are like, yeah, we the men talking has done what it needed to do. It's giving what it needs to give. But I just wanted to specify that, like, I don't feel like I'm better than anybody, and this is not to make anybody feel bad or look bad. This is just how I want y'all to be safe. I want y'all to be safe, and I hate when we wind up in a situation where a woman is devastated and going through the most and the worst because they will do everything but just give these niggas up. Okay, now I'll go back to sharing and we'll read this. Okie dokie. Skip. So this is the first girl in the striped shirt, Janice. She was saying that she likes men the way gay men like men. And we'll read the thing before I'll get into, any of all that, because there were a couple people, not a couple people, the first girl responding to her was saying that she was like speaking bad on gay men. I don't fully remember that part because I did read this, but I don't fully remember. So she said, I tweeted recently that I think my problem is that I like men the way gay men like men. At first, it was just a joke. One of those tweets you will send because you finally found a sentence for something you felt your whole life. But the more I sat with it, the more I realized I wasn't actually joking. I think my problem is that I like men the way gay men like men. That's her tweet or her thread. Oh, it's on Twitter. Whenever I watch media made by and for gay men, or even just listen to gay men talk about the way the men they're attracted to, I find myself recognizing something I rarely see reflected in portrayals of straight female desire. It isn't a one-to-one comparison, obviously. They are men and I'm a woman. We relate to men differently, but there is something deeply familiar about the way that they delight in men, the way they notice them, the way they linger. Straight women's sexuality, at least as it's often portrayed, feels strangely one-dimensional to me. So much of it is narrated through what men can provide us: emotional safety, validation, commitment, healing, intimacy. The romance is in his desire for her, not her desire for him. All of those things matter. I'm not above any of it, but I find that underneath all of that, something is consistently missing: a perversion. A feral primal appetite that has nothing to do with what it means and everything to do with what it feels like. It is as though women are allowed to long but not to lust. Okay, I see the problematic there. Sorry. I think about it the way women's sexuality gets portrayed physically, the actual depiction of it, the experience of it on screen, in books, in media. And it's so one dimensional, almost too vanilla. She's lying there staring into his eyes, and it's always this romantic, loving, tender experience. Or it swings to the complete opposite, something graphic and objectifying and visceral that also doesn't feel representative. Increasingly, it's portrayed as something passionless too, detached, more like a chore, a transaction, or a performance than an experience of genuine desire. As though sex is something to get through rather than something to become consumed by. None of those feel true. There's a middle ground that I rarely see depicted, a version of female sexuality that holds both things at once, that is safe and caring and respectful, while also being feral and primal and a little bit perverse. Not perverse in a degrading way, not perverse in a way that strips women of their humanity, but perverse in a way that real desire actually feels sometimes. Urgent, consuming, a little unruly. And the physical depiction of women's pleasure is so often wrong too. She's never able to orgasm, or her orgasms are so exaggerated they become performance. It's always either absence or spectacle. What I almost never see is something that feels genuinely embodied. Um, sorry. A real woman who's actually present in her own experience, in her own body, in her own pleasure, not performing it, not enduring it, not providing it for someone else, but truly, physically, viscerally inhabiting it. I'm not saying every woman's desire looks like mine. I'm not trying to replace one script with another, but I do think the range of what gets depicted is so narrow that most women's actual experiences of sexuality, in all their complexity and contradiction and feral wanting, remain invisible. Sometimes I wonder if we become so accustomed to seeing women as the objects of desire that we've forgotten women are capable of desiring too. Not wanting to be wanted, wanting. Because when I desire a man, it isn't abstract, it's visceral. I notice the way he occupies his body, the way his shoulders move when he reaches for something, his forearms, his hands, the cadence of his voice, the way he smells after a long day, the tiny sounds he makes without realizing it. a bead of sweat gathering at his forehead, the way his eyes travel across a room. Watching a man I desire simply exist is pleasurable in itself. Before he's touched me, before he said anything flirtatious, before anything has happened between us, I'm already captivated. Looking at him feels immersive. And for a long time, I thought there was something wrong with that. Not because I was ashamed of sex itself, but because I was ashamed of the intensity of my desire. There's a script in women, there's a script women inherit that also says wanting men this much is embarrassing. That women who openly desire men are easy, pathetic, male centered. That the more you enjoy men, the more power you hand over to them, as though desire itself is a weakness. The cultural logic goes men want sex more than women, so if you want it to, you've surrendered your leverage. You've given them exactly what they want. You've lost. I internalized that for years. But I kept asking myself, aren't I also getting what I want? I worried if I admired how much I enjoyed men, not emotionally, but physically, erotically, I was somehow giving away something I was supposed to protect, as though my sexuality only had value if it remained restrained, mysterious, or reluctantly offered. The irony is that I never actually felt powerless because I desired men. If anything, I was afraid of how powerful it felt to admit that I desired them at all, because desire isn't passive, it's active. I think that's a part of why I find myself identifying so much with the way gay men talk about men. Not because we experience attraction identically, but because they seem to have permission to relish men as erotic beings, to gush over them, to study them, to admit that looking at them is pleasurable. In many gay male spaces, there's a more developed and explicit language for openly relishing men as erotic objects of desire, albeit still shaped by its own histories, constraints, and codes. As a straight woman, I don't always feel I've inherited an equivalent language or permission for that kind of open erotic appreciation. If anything, the cultural conversation right now actively discourages it. It is socially in to not like men, to opt out, to redirect your energy. And I understand why. I understand the exhaustion and the self protection behind it. But I also feel something when I notice that the only people currently allowed to openly enjoy men are gay men. Today, if a woman enjoys men too openly, there's a good chance she'll be accused of being male centered. We are all trying to make sense of existing within a patriarchal culture that has historically reduced women to objects for male consumption. But somewhere along the way, don't center men quietly became don't enjoy men too much. Those aren't the same thing. I don't believe reclaiming my own erotic desire is betrayal of feminism. If anything, I think it's an extension of it. Because what is liberation if it doesn't include the freedom to fully inhabit your own desire? I rarely see myself reflected in portrayals of straight female sexuality, and I don't think it's because women don't experience desire this way. I think it's because we've inherited a cultural script that struggles to imagine women as the authors of desire. One of the lingering effects of rape culture is that it teaches us to imagine heterosexual sex as something initiated by men and received by women. Even in consensual, loving relationships, the script often positions women as the recipients of desire rather than its authors. Sex becomes something that happens to women before it becomes something women actively participate in creating. Maybe that's why so much heterosexual media struggles to portray female desire. It knows how to show a woman being wanted. It knows how to show anticipation, romance, emotional intimacy, longing. It knows how to show what a man means to her, but it often stops short of showing a woman looking at a man with unapologetically erotic gaze, not because she wants validation from him, but because she genuinely enjoys him. We've become fluent in depicting women as desirable. We're far less fluent in depicting women as desirous. In many ways, women have become much more comfortable talking about why men are dangerous than about why men are desirable. And I understand why. We live in a world, hold on. I want to highlight that. Can I highlight it? It just said happy link to highlight. Sorry, y'all. Because I really want to highlight this. I don't have more tools. Okay. Put a pin in there. Not understand why. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to put that here. And then I'm going to pin that there. All right. And I understand why. We live in a world where conversations about misogyny, violence, coercion, and safety are absolutely necessary. Those conversations is giving women language for our fear, our anger, and our boundaries. But somewhere along the way, we've neglected to build an equally rich language for our appetite. For generations, women have been taught how to protect themselves from men's desire. We've spent far less time asking what it would look like to fully inhabit our own. When I reflect on my own experiences, I realize some of my exes loved the way I desired them. Others were genuinely unsettled by it. A few even admitted that it made them feel objectified. They weren't used to being looked at in that way. They expected to be appreciated in the abstract, handsome, attractive, masculine. They weren't accustomed to having someone delight in the minute details of their bodies with the same attentiveness women have all so often been subjected to. It made them vulnerable. A few wondered if I was trying to make a feminist point or making fun of them. I wasn't. It was just desire. It just didn't look the way that they expected desire from a woman to look. It forced me to think carefully about the difference between objectifying someone and eroticizing them. Those aren't necessarily the same thing. I don't want to reduce men to bodies. I don't want to strip them of agency or consent or humanity. But I also refuse to pretend that desire must always be sanitized into emotional intimacy before it becomes acceptable for women to express. There's a conversation happening right now that tells women that engaging with men sexually is inherently degrading, that men are not capable of desiring women while also respecting their humanity and their autonomy, that the only path to self preservation is withdrawal. I understand why that conversation exists. I understand the exhaustion and the wounds behind it. But I want to ask an honest question. What do we expect women to do with their desire? If we tell women men will always objectify them, always degrade them, always fail to see them as fully human, what now? We cannot ask women to simply erase that feral primal hunger. We cannot tell them their desire is a liability and then call that liberation. That's not freedom. That's just a different cage. The conversation has become so one dimensional, it has started to do the very thing it set out to undo. We frame women's sexuality entirely around men's consumption of them, even to critique it. We are still centering men. We are still leaving women as objects. We are still not making room for women as the ones who want. Women are allowed to desire men. Women are allowed to experience that hunger and that pull and that feral wanting without it being framed as weakness or degradation or a failure of feminist consciousness. Stripping women of their desire in the name of protecting them is its own kind of erasure. We don't need to choose between our safety and our appetite. We deserve both. Hold on. This is something I'm putting it in the chat just so, hey QB, I'm putting this in the chat just so that I can come back to it. I'm going to pin it. Okay. To have an erotic interior life that isn't always translated through what men think of us, to notice, to hunger, to relish, to want. So that is her thing. And I'm also going to go ahead and, as always, as ever, put the link if anybody wants to come up and discuss any and all of what I've been talking about today. Let me go in here and pin it so it's there. Give me a second so I can do all of this. Come on, chat. Okay, there it is. Pin message. All right, perfect. That's all I wanted. Okay, so having read that, we can get rid of that now. Having actually read her article, her Substack, there are a couple things where I understand where the first girl that was responding to it that got emotional about it. She said gay men are perverse. Yeah, that was her speaking of perversion. and framing that around the way gay men view men, I'm not comfortable with that. Overall, I think I understand what she's talking about, because I do, in my own work with myself around sexuality, and I've been very open about, having to work on my relationship with sexuality generally, and not so much my sexuality, but just sexuality generally and me within sexuality. There is an aspect to it that I have been chewing on for many years now. Because for me, when I hear her talk about perversion and sexuality, I feel like I understand what she's talking about. Because to me, I've been like, why is it that, for instance, when, let's say, you meet somebody who is a really good person and a really good guy, and you like hanging with them or whatever, but you're not sexually attracted to them. And there's a part of you that if you evaluate that guy and then a guy that you are sexually attracted to, there is this level of like, I want to be nasty. I want to get nasty with this guy I'm sexually attracted to, but kind of like the Madonna whore thing to me. That's how I interpret it, of like, I want to treat this good guy with respect, and I want to be friendly with them, and I want to have, nice, warm, fuzzy feelings with him, but I want to have hot, fiery, experiences with this guy that I'm sexually attracted to. I think that's what she's talking about when she's talking about perversion. And again, I can identify with that and understand that as a concept. She said something about not having seen women's desire depicted in an embodied way, that it wasn't either one dimensional and or performative. Hey, Michaela. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying, and I'm gonna bring you on. Where I haven't seen it depicted as one dimensional and or performative. There was a movie back in, had to be like 2013, 2014, called Don John. I enjoyed the depiction of women's sexuality in that, or the particular character in there. It was like an older lady, and everybody was well over the age of adulthood, but she was older. He was a bit younger than her, and their sexual relationship and the way it was depicted, the difference between her and like his views of women's sexuality before meeting her. I appreciated it. It starred Joseph Gordon-Levitt. So if you ever kind of wanted to see what I was talking about, I appreciate that. And then she was talking about enjoyment of the sexuality of being desirous of men. What does enjoyment mean? Because for me, the idea of, oh, I just enjoy looking at men. I'm in these internet streets openly lusting after men all the time. When it's a sexy man, when they were doing the whole thing about the FIFA World Cup and we ain't never seen nothing like this before in America type of thing, I was right there in the comment section, because I can appreciate, sexual desire. But it's like, for me, it's about, okay, at what point does that sexual desire turn into rationalization of things that are patently unsafe in order to engage in sexuality? There's a difference there that I don't think the conversation that she had, her framing around it, her explanation, it's easy to, and she could say, this isn't what I meant. I just meant, sitting in your own self within your desire of a man. But that's not the way it comes off. It comes off as, oh, I want to fuck men. Why can't I just fuck men? Why are you also, but I'm like, why are you down raining on my parade when I just want to lust after and fuck men? And that takes away from, like I said, all those real world things that are going on, the gears that are turning within these mechanisms of what's actually happening, of what these interactions mean outside of our self-embodied perceptions and experiences and perspectives of what is going on. For me, that's where I'm at with it. And then there were two comments she made. I see you, Michaela. I'm going to come there. I just want to. So she said specifically, oh, sorry. In many ways, women have become much more comfortable talking about why men are dangerous than why men are desirable. And that is, to me, that is what I'm talking about when I'm saying I don't feel like women want to be really truly want to engage that kind of lazy thing. Because if we're not talking about why they're dangerous and we're only talking about why they're desirable, then there's no reason to not engage with them and to not follow that desire. And I feel like that's a convenient perspective to have. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm saying as someone who's sitting in my desire of men, my heterosexual, lustful, physical desire of men that I still have, but I'm saying that my evaluation and my scrutiny of the safety or danger of men is what gets in the way of me acting on that desire. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying it should dissipate. It does dissipate a lot of times, and it makes it a whole lot easier not to act on it. Because again, once I go from that space of, oh, I desire a man lustfully, primarily, what you say, perversely, whatever, my perverse desire for a man comes up, then I go into the real world of what I know from sitting in these spaces of, okay, but yeah, does it make sense for me to act on this? And then it does dissipate. That's my experience. And I feel like that's what helps. Like I said, women who are struggling, who may be struggling with it as I used to, once I got into a space of really staying connected to the discussion, my experience of men, and then the context that I got from men of how those experiences happen and why they were happening, that's what helps me to quell that desire. Second thing she said, we don't need to choose between our safety and our appetite. We deserve both. Those two things, okay, deserving it is not the same thing as whether or not it is. Saying we don't need to choose between our safety and our appetite, we deserve both. Again, if you're just talking about within your own mind, sure. Your appetite shouldn't be able to you should embody every part of yourself. You should embrace and integrate every part of yourself. But that's patently different than the realities of how these men are thinking of you and planning for you when they're interacting with you. Do we deserve both? Absolutely. Emphatically. No notes. Do we need to choose between our safety and our appetite? Absolutely. That, to me, we still got to do the choosing. It is a choice. It's important to do so. Okay. Now I'm going to bring Michaela up now that I hit all my points. Hi, Michaela. I can't hear you if you're talking. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, now because I'm like, it's funny because I just got this iPhone and apparently the StreamYard kind of works differently on my iPhone. I don't know, but hello, beautiful
Hi, how are you?
girl. I'm like, I just saw you live and I had to come up and support.
Thank
Um, but I do think because I just came in on that little bit of the
you. Mm-hmm.
conversation. I do think um it's an unfortunate thing for women to have to choose between desire and safety, but the reality of the world is that is the choice that women have to make. It is the choice, and it is a choice that I've had to make in particular. um Now I will say this, right? Before last year, I was celibate for like close to 6 years. Right. And it wasn't that desire, right, that you were talking about dissipated. It was the fact that my desire for safety, my desire for true companionship that I don't feel like men really genuinely have to offer overseeded, right?
Mm-hmm.
My sexual desire as a heterosexual woman, the desire for
Yeah.
men. Um, And one of the things that what it has been my experience, I don't know about you, is if you listen to men talk enough, the desire will go away anyway. Because listening to them talk, um, yeah, I'm like, even if they are like, I find them like physically desirable first. The moment they open up their mouths, it, it ruins everything. Anyway, so I feel like it's a multi-layered conversation.
Yeah, I mean, and like to your point about like when they open their mouth, I know I'm not just talking about like, oh, they just say something and it's just generally annoying and I'm like, oh, I don't want to. I'm talking about like really being able at a point now in this day and time of being able to understand the implications of the things they're saying way more than ever, because now we have the the gift and the curse of red pill content, red pill ideology having gone mainstream, to now we have that reference point to be able to say, okay, that's not an innocuous one off, or that's not just, you know, oh, men will be men, boys will be boys, men are just silly, men are from Mars and women are from Venus. You know, it's not just that simplistic. But it is frustrating sometimes when I feel like women are still trying to stay in that space. And I assert that that is because if they were to really sit in the reality of what these things mean and what these things are doing, having to grapple with the just how unsafe it is to interact, and with that desire being the primary drive for them, that they're going to frame it always in a way that says, oh, well, this is still safe for me to do. And Wake Up says, I was just thinking that have a conversation with a man you're attracted to. I mean, but yeah, but I'm saying like it's gone to a whole nother level at this point where it's beyond, like I said, just a, oh, he's a little stupid or whatever. You know what I mean? Because even then before, it's just like if you're still in that space of, like she was saying,
Oh,
Sex in the
damn
City,
it.
now we can, yeah. If you're still in that space of like a Sex in the City mindset, you don't have to be smart to fuck, right? But it goes beyond. Like I said, I want to bring it back to that article with Emily Ratajkowski. The ending of that article of, oh yes, I'm in control and I'm the vixen, and he's just some guy that just doesn't know how unattractive he is. He has enough, you know, just thinking that you're in this space of safety, and then having that visceral reminder when you can't get away, where there's no space for you or your ego to escape, of him reminding you, I can literally do what I want with you when you're in this position.
Yeah. And um I think it's a difficult conversation to women for women to have, but it's absolutely a necessary one. It's a necessary one because um the idea that the desire for men would override your safety, I think is something that I think it is hard for women to grapple with because of the fact of the matter is women. There are a lot of women that do desire men, right? They do want like they do want, like, whether it be like companionship or romantic relationship, whatever the case may be with these men. But here's the thing, I'm like, and outside of like the safety component of all of this, I don't think that men and women are truly compatible in a lot of ways, especially not in this society, especially like you mentioned, with us knowing more about red pill ideology and all of the things that are out here. Like, if you really think about it and get to the nitty gritty, um, what do women really have in common with men outside of that desire?
Well, this is the thing. I think it's a fair question. Like if someone were to say, well, what do you, you know, what do you think is going to happen? What do you want to do? Do you expect us to just completely separate and never deal with each other again? And it's
Well, that's
like,
not logical.
it's not logical, but on in certain sense, it's more so of getting a start of being able to grapple with exactly how bad it is. And you're not going to be
Yes.
able to find the actual solution until you're in a space where you're like, this is a problem. This is the problem. And it's not okay. It's not workable, whatever. This is the problem. And then that's when solutions emerge. In my mind, it's
That
a
makes sense.
yeah, and in my mind, it's an issue of socializing everyone differently, socializing the
Mm.
men and the women differently, right? And if we are in a space where we're like men aren't safe, men are inherently unsafe because of how they are socialized, then that's not a thing of like, oh well, we could never get together again, but that is a thing of how do we re-socialize them, or how do we protect ourselves unless and until they are re-socialized, and or how do we protect ourselves while navigating this landscape differently. But if you're in this space of like, oh, you guys are just over exaggerating, you're just trying to police women's bodies, and you're just trying to do that, that's still not addressing
The
the
issue.
problem. Like, that's not
I'm like,
addressing the
yes.
problem. And
Because it's
then,
not about policing women's bodies. Like you said, like I don't think there's anything wrong with women expressing sexuality. I think that is a part. Like a part of every woman, right? That does. But it goes to what you're saying, right? The thing is that we cannot even come up with solutions unless we are on a at least on a collective as women, right? On a collective understanding of what the problem actually is, right? Because one, you can't fix a problem if you're not acknowledging that it's a problem and it exists.
right, but
And I
and
think that's your point.
if am I saying that every single woman that gets married gets murdered? No. Am I
No.
saying every single woman that partners or has sex with a man experiences sexual violence? Or no. But there's enough to where it is a problem. And like I said, it's more about being realistic about what you're risking. Because if I
It's a move with caution. It's the
it's a
idea
move.
of like,
It's a move because, like the
yes,
girl was saying about like if you want to have sex with people, I was having a conversation a couple weeks ago about the realities of if you're having sex with heterosexual men in the year of our Lord 2026, there's a baseline list of things that you need to be doing just off. If you're in these spaces, like I said, where these conversations are being had, there's a clear cut list of things that you should and can be doing based off of the conversation to prepare yourself and protect yourself from the pitfalls of doing so. That is being on PrEP, being on birth control, um,
condoms.
condoms. That's for the actual thing. Then there's a, oh, take a
But
picture
even the
before people know where
conversation
you
about
are.
PrEP with women, that's a conversation that
Yes, because so
listen.
many women are like, I'm not getting on PrEP, and the reasons that they're not getting on PrEP is mainly it's turfy stuff. It's like, oh, that's just for gay people, and it's just like, but you see, you do know, because again, in these conversations, people love to pull up a statistic when it fits their agenda, but you do see how many of the new cases of HIV and stuff are women in monogamous relationships and marriages who identify as straight, and as far as they know, their husbands identify as straight. So this isn't just an issue for gay people, and it doesn't make you gay, and the gay doesn't rub off on you. It's literally you need to protect yourself because the numbers are showing that you specifically, lady, need to be trying to protect yourself because this is how they're moving.
And let's be clear, right? I'm like, and let's even get into it. The black women are also beginning to heterosexual black women are also beginning to lead in these cases. So I do think as heterosexual black women, it is a conversation that needs to be had around safety regarding sex, sexuality, all this. I think it's especially important for black women, and to your point, a lot of these women are in monogamous relationships. And to act like men are not known for cheating, men are not known for infidelity, right? These are things that men are known for. Like that whole idea of like grandpa was a rolling stone and everywhere he laid his hat was his home. That was a real thing. That is art imitating life right
But
there.
that's
If you
what I'm
listen to
saying.
older women.
Those when I I don't know if you was here and if you've ever seen me talk about it before. I say there's a spectrum. There's the virginal women who mostly deal with like Abrahamic patriarchal ideals, even if it's not religious based. It's still those ideals of, oh, like a lady is this and a woman is that, and some people are wives and some people are whores, and I want to be a wife. I'm going to be chaste. I'm going to be
The
modest.
Madonna whore complex.
Yeah, there's those women, and then there's the vixen women who would be the whores who are like, look, I'm gonna get my money. I know what these men want. I know how these men move. I don't have any illusions of grandeur in terms of me being a better woman than anybody else. I'm going for mine. And then there's the women in the middle, that vulnerable median, who are just like, I just want to be in love. I just want to be loved. I don't know. I don't necessarily want to try to take advantage of a man. I'm just here living life and this and that and the other. And I'm feeling like there's a reluctance with these women to accept, like the whores do, the negative, not so great nature of men, and they're aspiring to the things that these women have bought into somewhat, but they're also not necessarily wanting to live by those doctrines all the time, because they're willing to have the sex and they're willing to be a little raunchy and they're willing to do a little, you know what I mean, a little bit
But
more
they're
than the
doing. But the thing is that the women are doing that, doing it on those terms. Those women. I think that is the thing, and they're doing it with the knowledge of men's pathology
yeah.
and male nature and male socialization. They are aware of those things. And so with that knowledge, they are moving strategically in those spaces. And I think that is a lesson that all women can learn, regardless of if you're romantically or sexually engaging with these men, or you're just going about your everyday life. Because the reality is this: you walking down the street, you going to the grocery store, right? I'm like, women are dealing with men outside of the romantic and sexual context, right? Of all of those things. So I think it is important for women to be strategic about um about male nature and male socialization, even when you're just walking about. Walking
Yeah,
about.
this is yes, walking about, and like I know it's one of those things where it's like, God, that's a lot to just always be on edge all the time and this and that and the other. And I'm saying, like, if you take that in and say, okay, when I'm just walking out in the street, not to meet a man, not to be with a man, nothing. I'm just going to the grocery store, whatever. And this could happen and that could happen, and a man could do this and a man could do that, blah 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 blah. And you're trying to be prepared for that. You got to do that 100 times fold when you're purposefully putting yourself in the space of being with a man.
True, you do. But here's also the thing: women already do these things, and women have already had to do these things even before this red pill ideology became mainstream in the forefront. Because the whole idea, like as women, the idea that we're putting our keys between our fingers, or we're getting mace, or I'm like, or when you're at a club, because I'm in my 20s, girl, young woman, right? You're out in space and the girls are going into the bathroom together as a group. These are things that women have done to adapt to the social environment of men's degenerate pathology and men's violent behaviors and male nature. So women have already been moving um, in that way, with the knowledge of how men are and how men behave. Women are already have been doing this.
Yeah. I, we do, and that is where it's kind of like, okay, why is it so hard? That's the question I'm asking, both within my own mind and on the platform. Is like, why is it so hard if women know? Because when I have conversations and I'm like, okay, let's go with at this step by step. Do you believe this about me? Yes. Do you believe this about me? Yes. Do you believe this about me? Yes. Okay, so why are we still in this space where we're like, oh yeah, but it can be different when I want to fuck one. It
Okay.
can be
And
different when I want to fuck
I
one.
understand. I understand where the mind is at and where the logic is at. And I think that it's a conversation to be had. I think that is an important conversation. And I think it should be had with like nuance and understanding and all those things. But I will say this. I think it is one thing for women to know, like intellectually, like these things. We're having these conversations in women's spaces. We're having conversations surrounding specifically in the black woman side of things, like the black femicide rates, the DV rates, the SA rates, all of those different things. It's one thing to know that intellectually, but it's another, I feel like, to with that knowledge in your everyday life, to get to have to limit yourself, right? Based have to limit yourself, not because like you don't have any desire,
Mhm.
right? But for safety. I think that those two things like are not completely in contradiction with each other, because I think it's one thing to know something intellectually, and it's one thing to like acceptance. I think that's where I'm getting. I think acceptance
Yeah.
of it and moving according to that, I think is a completely different thing.
I also feel like the framing around it, because there is this thing, mind you, it's not just women that do it, men will do it too. But there's this framing around it when you talk to someone about even just taking a break from having sex just to get their mind clear. You know what I mean? And this is, oh, you need to live like a
Yes.
monk. It's this thing like, oh, it's deprivation. You will live.
I cannot tell you how many people. I cannot tell you how many people were looked at me crazy when I said before last year that I was celibate for damn near
I
6
do look at you.
years. That I and it was men and women. It wasn't just women, but it was men too. Like, oh my god, what are you? I'm like,
How are you
well,
still
I had just
living?
left a
How are you still
relation.
alive?
I like I'm a single woman and I'm living my everyday life. Like if I need a little assistance, we have the toys, but I don't have to put
So
myself in
thank you
danger
for bringing
for
that
that
back up,
pleasure.
because that was, so I read another article earlier, and this woman was describing, that's why I wanted to read it, because she was talking about being a single mother. She Her depiction of her experience and her um in her own mind what she was experiencing and how she was feeling about her situation and everything was parallel to the things I've described on here, things I've described in my book, in terms of being worried about my social standing after becoming a single mother, and also being in a space where now you're a mother and you're feeling like you've lost a part of your individuality and your womanhood or your womanliness, and trying to reclaim that through sex, and just being and wanting to feel desired as a woman and not a mother. And so rationalizing in your, and I'm saying this as
Right.
someone who did it, rationalizing in your own head that, oh, in order to feel womanly, I need to specifically feel a man's sexual desire for me. That is how I access feeling feeling like a woman.
And and you know what? To a certain extent, I can understand that intellectually. I know, like, I'm not a single mother,
Mhm.
right? But like, I can understand empathetically, right? um even having sympathy and empathy around the fact that, like, if I'm like, as a single mother and as a woman, and this is a conversation I've seen women have, even married women, right, regarding like feeling like they're losing themselves and their womanness and their individuality because of by taking on the role of both mother and wife, right? That the individuality piece of it. And I'm like, and I think that I'm like, there should be conversations around space for women in those situations to really what I'm like, I don't know how to put it. But I'm trying to,
No,
basically what
it's
I'm
a
trying to
very
say.
niche experience and a niche thing, and that's why I was
Yes.
so excited about reading that in her thing, because I'm like, okay, I've already wrote about it, I've already articulated it, but there's something about that validation of hearing someone else say it too. It's like
Another woman.
another woman say
Yeah.
it. And mind you, this is a woman. She is white. She's skinny, traditionally attractive. She's famous. She's high profile. She was already married, chosen, all of the things. And yet, her, with all of her privilege, still experienced the same exact thing as I did, and for the same or in the same way. I won't necessarily say for the same reasons because it didn't go into it enough for me to say for the same reasons in her case, but in the same way that I did, it manifested in the same way of saying this is the key, is being hypersexual and putting that validation, or that part of myself having that validated by men. It has to be validated by men. It can't come from inside. It has to be men validating that aspect of my personality or psyche.
Hmm. And I'm glad that like we're in a space having these conversations. And there have been conversations on TikTok. I see them on YouTube regarding like the self validation piece, right? Regarding femininity and womanhood and all of those different things. And I'm glad that like we're in a space to have a nuance conversation about it, because there's intersectionality, and women have different life experiences. And but it's definitely interesting to hear that from the perspective of a single mother.
Thank you, Michaela. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
I mean, and I hopefully, because like I said, unfortunately, we're like the canaries in the coal mine, kind of, because I'm so serious.
Yes.
Because when you're in that space of not having a kid, of that untouched kind of headspace, even if you don't, and I'm saying this as someone who did not think I bought into all of that stuff prior to having a child, there is this hubris that comes with it of just like, oh yeah, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, yada yada yada. And it's not, I don't think it's something that people can actually experience until you're in that crucible of like, oh shit, I'm a dreaded single mother. What am I going to do? And feeling those things. And like I said, and this is as someone, it's interesting too. This is just hitting me as well with her having that clear cut. I think it's something we kind of do to ourselves. This is what's coming to me right
Hmm.
now. That clear cut um description she had in her article about it being a priority to her to mother her son, to be a mother to her son. So she's like, okay, yeah, I'm not sleeping at these men's houses. I'm going to make sure I'm home to tuck my child in and to wake my child up in the morning and all of these other things. I too was someone who was very strict with myself about how I was mothering my child at that time. And so I've spoken on it before. I called it a fracturing of myself. I did fracture myself. I called it mom Monday through Friday and a woman on the weekends. And so I think that is
Okay.
where that kind of it was a repression of sorts that was causing a overcompensation and made it kind of manic of like, oh, I have to experience being a woman, and so the only way I can do it is with these brief encounters with these strangers, on the weekends, because I
Okay.
belong to my kid Monday through Friday.
I wonder what the conversation would be regarding like, and I'm curious, right? This is just me being curious, like because not being a single mother, being childless at the moment, right? Being a woman in my 20s, all of these different things. What my thought is like, what would be the process and what would the feeling be like for a single mother to be able to integrate those parts of herself into one, like the womanhood, like your womanness, so to speak, and also the responsibilities of being a nurturer, being a
Fabulous
mother,
question.
whatever, all of those things. Like what does that look like, right? What does that look like?
So in this is where I agree with the young lady whose Substack we wrote. It is important
Hmm.
to owning how you feel, owning how you feel, not
Hmm.
vilifying yourself or like condemning yourself for feeling what you feel, being able to sit in whatever you're feeling and go, okay, yeah, I feel that, and it's okay that I feel that. Um,
Yeah, I
because
agree.
I did go through a phase in my healing process where I was repressing things, where I was just like Stop being stupid, girl. Stop being stupid. Da, 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 da. Don't listen to any sexual or romantic music. You're just going to backslide, this and that and the other, right? Whereas now I can listen to whatever I want to listen, feel the feelings, sit in the energy, and then go on about my business. But whereas before, where I was still
Yes.
scared that I might backslide and start feeling, desperate and needy in that way to let a man around me, I think it is about doing that work. And this is where I feel like the girls are being kind of lazy of doing that work of being able to hold that energy without having to act on that energy. You know what I mean? Like
I'm like,
I feel
yeah.
like the girls are
So what you're saying is the girls are being lady about
it's
their
be
shadow work. Like
yes,
really.
yes. It's like an all or
Mm,
nothing thing. It's like either I am this woman who is in control of myself and my emotions, i.e. repressed. I'm gonna put that in the repressed pile, or I'm just fun and fancy free and living my life and exploring and being open to love. And it's like, no, there's space for both parts of that aspect of your personality, both sides of the coin. But it's about, in my mind, it's about putting your safety, your dignity at the forefront, at the top of the priority list. And I feel like when you do
okay.
put safety and dignity at the top of the priority list, as opposed to free self expression, that then things start to kind of come out. The math starts mathing differently.
Yes. Okay. And I get that because listen, that's kind of the space where I'm at.
Mm.
Right. I will even me. It took me a minute to get
Yeah.
here. Right. And I think that is a journey that a lot of women have been on. But I'm like across apparently, as we just came across, is regard goes across race, social economic status, ethnicity, all of those things. But I want to but I'm curious, and I think that it would be I guess it would be helpful to maybe to some of the other women listening. What do you think that the girlies are being lazy about regarding that, and what do you still feel like the girlies need to um improve on, I guess? Like what are some of your thoughts regarding what women are being lazy about?
The logic is lazy to me. The logic is lazy because, like I said, there. Whereas we're talking about nuance and this and that and the other. And I know that I'm drawing hard conclusions and I'm making certain things black or white, but
Yes.
I feel like they're doing it, but like I said, where their priorities are at, they're doing it for different things. And I'm saying, let's take
Okay.
I know, because I'm admitting that I'm making certain things black or white, but I'm being very specific about what things I'm making black or white, and solely for the purpose of safety. And whereas I think they're making
Right.
other things black or white, but they're not being honest about it being solely for the purpose of continuing to engage in that way.
Okay. That makes perfect sense to me. Um, so I'm like, so I think what my next question would be, and it's not that I even necessarily disagree. I think I'm asking for like
No, that's what I
expansion,
want. That's what I
right?
want. This is
And
good.
yes, yes, I'm curious. What has brought like some of these feelings and some of these conclusions on that these are some of the things women are doing? Is it things that you've been witnessing online in women's spaces? It is things that you have experienced in your personal life, like in women's spaces and with other women. But what really brought these thoughts on in particular?
So what brought these is observing the conversation the way, because I don't know if you were here earlier. We talked a couple weeks ago about the whole, did we talk about it? Like, leave him or leave me out of it. I think we had talked about it, or maybe I was going to talk about it, but this kind of got moved. But I know I was talking about it over on
Yeah.
TikTok. So to leave him or leave me out of it. And then that,
I saw some of it on TikTok.
okay.
Yes, because I'd be on TikTok and I'm doing TikTok
You
lives now.
are,
Hello.
and we have to check her out. This is KK
Yes.
Reloaded on TikTok. So if you're on TikTok, look out for her.
I'm like y'all. I'm still trying to get the backgrounds
Listen,
together though, because like
you
the
have no
words are
fun.
like it's weird. Because I make
Everybody,
I make great prompts.
everybody over there is having a time with the AI backgrounds, which is killing me. But if you have camera or like I'm like everybody they're almost identical. But anyway,
I'm like, but the funny thing, I purposely go out of my way to make mine
exactly.
different.
Like
Purposely.
I don't want to, but okay.
Because I've noticed
And that's
that.
probably why it takes me
Like,
so
I'm
long
like,
to
for
do stuff because I got to do stuff the hard way because they having all the conversations and all the people coming in and don't nobody care if they background is AI, but I'm gonna be like, no, mine's gonna be an original work of art.
like, listen, I'm like, and it's funny, even when I'm doing like my little AI little thing, like I'm purposely putting pictures together
Right.
and putting like, and I'm putting the pictures in a way like when I'm doing my backdrops, like when I was creating them, I was purposely using pictures to kind of help push my message
Mhm.
forward. Right. Like, for example, I have a prompt that I'm trying to get doing. I just have to get like,
Mhm.
the um TikTok to kind of like get it to where like everyone can see all the wording and stuff
Yeah.
because yeah, it's weird. But
It is.
I have two prompts I'm trying to do. One is it's not all men, but it is when it's your wife and daughter, and I'm like, and it's all races of men on the background,
Yeah.
right? You see white men, you see black men, you see Asian men, you see all different races, ethnicities of men to kind of bring forth the message that this is now beyond race and ethnicity, socioeconomic status, all that, and it's a real conversation. The other one, I have a prompt, for example, is pro-blackness. I'm like, I said white tea feminism and pro-blackness are two sides of the same coin, and I have like the old pictures of the white suffragettes and the Black Panther Party.
Okay.
Black Panther Party, so like right there, like you kind of bring that, the message right there. So I'm like, so I do it purposely. I choose like the images I'm using to create like the backdrops
Mhm.
purposely to go along with the message.
Yeah. No, 100%. But yeah, I have to. What was you asked me a really good question and we got sidetracked with the AI. What did you ask?
Yes, the AI.
Oh no, I think you asked me like, what am
Uh,
I seeing that makes me feel like that's what the girls are doing? Okay.
yes.
I'm seeing the conversations like when something happened, for instance, the thing that came up about the guy with the voice note. You saw the guy that left the voice note for the girl that he was like, oh, we need to have sex or there's no point in us continuing.
Oh, yes, I did see
So
that.
you
Yeah,
see
yeah,
the
yes. Okay.
differences, and like there's lots of women that are saying, like, oh, it's not that serious what he said. You guys are just, what is a guy supposed to do? Give him, cut him some slack. He was honest, that type of thing.
Boys will be
And then,
boys energy.
and then there's other people that are like, you don't hear how this is very typical of the very things that we're all sitting in these spaces and talking about. You don't see how this aligns with that whole idea of like, number one, it's not worth getting to know you further unless I can have sex with you right now. The fact that he's not giving her that grace of, oh well, she is inviting me to her apartment, so she must trust me enough. I must be getting closer to it, even if it's not the next date. I'm getting close enough to where she's willing to invite me over to her apartment, because the complaints that men have about women is they want us to spend all our money on dates and this and that and the other. So he basically, men are never giving us the level of grace and reading between the lines for our benefit that is expected of us to do for them. And in this same situation, he
Right.
had plenty of incentive to just come to her house and get to know her better. But he said, you know what? I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. I don't see the point in getting to know you unless I know I'm going to have sex with you really, really soon. So to me, that says I'm not in it for the long haul. Because there may come a point in time, if we're going into a long-term relationship, where we can't fuck each other. You could get sick, I could get sick, we get old, our bodies aren't working anymore. Something happened. So if you're really looking for a connection, an emotionally intimate connection, you're not going to be on this timetable of like, oh, we need to find out if we're sexually compatible, and using all these buzzwords. So
Not, at least not right
right,
away.
but I'm
At least,
saying,
and that's another. And it's funny you say that
mhm,
because I just had my own personal experience actually with that a guy like just like a couple weeks ago, and it was I was literally I'm like, I was out, I got a guy's number, and the way that he was trying to pressure me into like sending him coochie pics. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. No, I barely know you. And was almost like trying to coerce me into doing it. Like I felt like I was being
It's
coerced.
the
And so I ended
it's
up
the
blocking
pressuring.
him.
It's the and it's not like she said play the voice note key. No, she's heard it. Have you heard it?
I've heard, yeah, yeah, I've heard. I think I did hear it. Is it like the one with the white
Yeah.
girl and she's talking? Yeah, I saw it.
Well, she wasn't talking, but he was just like, "Hey, we got together,
Yeah,
and you invited me to your house, but I actually needed to know, like, I need to know if we're sexually compatible." It was just a bunch of bullshit, and it's it to, to see the difference.
I'm like, and then the conversations around, like, and then I saw, you're right, because I did see some of the conversation. I didn't see all of them, but I did see some of the conversations surrounding the response. I did see some of the responses from the women, like, oh my God, like, I'm like, at least he was honest. Is like, no, I don't think that's
And I'm saying
honesty, not true
that's a
honesty.
that's the kind of mindset that keeps you in a space of like, oh well, there's still hope, and he's actually it's showing that we're on an upswing because he's being honest, and it's literally that's not even the bare minimum. It's just that he's doing it a little bit different because he knows the lingo of, oh, I just want to see if we're sexually compatible, and I'm now, because again they're talking more, but we're also talking more, and it's, oh well, now I get the benefit of the doubt because I was upfront and honest. It said this is so normal. Women giving video current and pictures currency. Oh, I think you mean like giving
Hmm.
videos to them or whatever. That's what, like, it's so many things. And for me, when I sit and I think about, like I said, my experiences trying to just date, but because I don't give the benefit of the doubt, I'm scrutinizing everything to the umpteenth. I'm doing I don't know, my Game of Thrones fans, where Littlefinger was like, I play a little game and I try to figure out what would be the worst thing a person would. It was something he was saying.
You're playing
Yeah,
chess. I think
I'm
that's what you're playing
yeah, I'm
chess.
not going to necessarily say this is the worst. They have the worst intentions, but I'm definitely going to run the play of, if they have the worst intentions, what that looks like and what that would mean and what this thing would mean in that context. And I feel like it's more advantageous for the girlies who are just like, I just want to do it for the plot, to not do that, because again, you get to a point where you're like, ugh, that's actually dangerous, or that's actually a major turnoff, or that's actually so disrespectful that this is no longer fun, and they still want it to stay fun. And so they're not going to they're going to, I'm not saying, I don't say that, I don't see that, I don't see that. That's what I feel like is being done.
Um, I'm like, and I will say I do agree to a certain point, because even in real life, some of the conversations I've had with women are conversations that are just like that, willing to completely be oblivious to this man's problematic behaviors, and it's something that I have seen, um, and I'm like in real life, and um yeah, like I think that there is definitely a conversation to be had surrounding the conversation, because the reality is, with the rise of the manosphere and like red pill ideology, and also the fact that like right now in America, like there's like this push there, we done politically took a far right turn to conservatism and all the thing, and how men are even responding to that. I've been seeing conversations surrounding with men advocating for repealing the 19th Amendment. For trying to like literally trying to remove like no fault divorce. These are absolutely things that men are talking about, right? Outside of just oh, I could say abortion on here. Sorry, y'all.
There's a
I
TikTok
have to
YouTuber.
remember like
I don't have
TikTok.
time.
I
I have YouTube. I have
TikTok.
you.
I'm not on
I'm on
TikTok.
YouTube settings. YouTube is my default. I can't do TikTok because they thinking that I can.
Like, because the way you have to work.
Yeah.
Listen, and speaking of TikTok, I'm like even on like I keep on getting restricted. I be showing below my neck. Like, and it'll be a lot of
I
cleavage.
showed you,
Like
you
it could
told
be
me
showing my neck
that's why I
collarbone.
said that's bullshit. Because I showed you the picture, and titties was sitting.
Yes,
Titties was
it literally
sitting.
just
So
happened to me. It happened to me literally right before I got on here, by the way. Literally right before I got on here,
that's
I
why
was
I
on a
said fuck
panel.
with you.
And so I put like a picture of me up on the
I'm not
thing. Like,
fucking
I
with
was like, oh, it's a cute little picture. The way I got flagged. So the way I got flagged. And it was twice on two by separate accounts. Because girls, I have a backup to my backup. I do not play. Okay. Because TikTok be trying me.
you.
Okay, they stay trying me, so I have a backup to my backup.
Yeah.
I stay out because when you stay ready, you don't got to
TikTok
get
not
ready.
sensitive. An
Yes,
agenda.
they are too
TikTok
sensitive.
has an agenda. I don't believe it's a sensitivity. I think they have an agenda, and
I think it could be
I can't put
both.
my finger on it, but I feel like they suppress a lot of things,
Oh
and
no,
a
they
lot of
are.
people.
They are. They are doing it.
Um,
Actually, you know what's funny? Like, I'm like one of my mutuals. Her name is Free Spirit. By the way, it's phenomenal black female content creator. Follow her if y'all don't. Free Spirit on TikTok. I also mod for her. But she was having a conversation, and what she brought to my attention was, if you look in the search bar at the time, this was like a couple weeks ago. I don't know if I'm pretty sure it still is, but if you look in the search bar, women are the problem.
that was her.
Like, videos just come up also, but if you put in men are the problem, it gets suppressed immediately.
Yeah, that's
And they are purpose and so they are absolutely purposely trying to suppress women's
yeah,
voices
that's what I was.
on TikTok. They absolutely are, especially black women, of course. But yeah, like they're just I'm like, and I've been noticing this like with because mind you, the live I just came from, he is a male content creator. He's a black male content creator, a black Haitian male. And one of the things that I've noticed is that I have never actually seen him get suspended. And it never came to my mind until that moment. I've never once seen him get flagged or suspended. But every woman that does content creation of any type on TikTok, they end up getting their lives flagged. They end up getting suspended. Meanwhile, you have like
Yeah.
misogynists and red pillars
The
and white supremacists running
conversations
rampant.
I have seen on TikTok, and that's why anytime, every single time that I have attempted to do a live on TikTok, I get the little thing saying, "Oh, this has been flagged," or you getting a warning or a restriction or something is, and that I'll just be like, I'm into it because I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's happening. And I'm just like, I'd rather just talk my talk over here.
Mhm. And because listen, YouTube was the OG anyway. YouTube was where it was before
And the way they
TikTok.
changed like the paying system over there and everything, it's not even worth it. Like it, because there was a point in time where it was like, oh, you better get your ass over to TikTok because they was paying out the wazoo. But they got that, they tightened that shit right on up. I guess once they switched the ownership over to the Americans or whatever, they was like, yeah, we ain't doing
You know that was gonna
it.
happen the moment the Americans got like
That stuff right on
child
back. And even
anyway.
people that are in like the creator program or whatever are saying that they'll take them out of the creator program like a day or two before they're supposed to get their payout. So they're expecting like thousands of dollars within a couple of days, and then they'll just drop them out of the creator program so they can't get it.
TikTok stay trying it, and I noticed that they've been trying it even more since America has taken over the
Yeah.
ownership of TikTok. And like again, like the things I just mentioned, like the far swing to conservatism and like far right and Republican ideology, the fact that we have Trump in office, the things that are happening socially and politically, the rise of the manosphere, all of these things go together. And I do think that like the fact that these now that women are being suppressed heavily on TikTok, it falls. I'm like, and now that America owns it goes right into what we're seeing. TikTok is literally following the social and political climate that America is going through right now. Like that's literally what it's doing.
If the black man hate us enough, black women will have no choice but to marry other, creating a black Yemiento whitening situation. Oh, I get what you're saying. Listen, this is the thing. It's not, and I guess I'll kind of bring it to towards the end, start wrapping it up. But it's not even a thing of like, I mean, and I'm not saying like nobody should want to get married. Like I said, so many people in this community are married, so it's not like I'm anti-marriage, I'm anti-relationship or whatever. Like,
I'm not anti-marriage or anti-relationship. I am is be strategic.
yeah,
You said to
it gives me
yourself,
pause and it makes me sad the ways that I'll see, like I said, women actively. I don't see anything. I don't see anything, and rationalizing weird shit in order to proceed, and that is what I'm anti. That is what I'm like. Please, 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 like, don't do that. Like that is what I'm concerned about.
because that is dangerous. And then men weaponize it and tell you to choose better.
That's what I, and that is something else too, because that's the part where it really kind of frustrates me, and my flabbers are gasted, because I'm like, you do recognize that these are the same people that, if for case in point, for those who was following it, and I never got a chance to talk about it, Abba and Preach on here, and Abba got the girl pregnant, and then he
Oh,
got
that
the girl
situation
pregnant,
was a
the
mess.
conversation around that girl and who she is and how she gets down and all this other stuff, it goes from, it flips real quick. It does a 180 real quick as soon as you're not convenient, as soon as you step out of line, as soon as something goes on, and then you're sitting there asking yourself, how did this happen? I thought he was a good guy. And I'm saying, hey, this is how that happens. When you make these allowances in this moment, when you say, oh, well, points for being honest and all this other stuff, by not, again, reading it through the lens of what we know about red pill ideology. Because here's the question. Okay, this man wants to have sex and he's being upfront with you about having sex. Did this man ask you for your my chart? Did this man try to discuss birth control with you? Did this man do any of the things that suggest that he is concerned, not even necessarily about your actual physical health in this, but his own? Has he done anything that suggests to you that he is not only sex positive, because they have the language, so he's not only sex positive and about boundaries and consent, but that he's actually about safe sex? No. And nobody's talking about that, and nobody's pointing that out, and nobody's peeping that game of that crack rock. But everybody's like, oh, he gets points because he's being transparent. That nigga would have fucked you raw, got you pregnant, or gave you something if he has it, and then
And
talked
then
about
left you and
you.
then left you.
And then
Hmm.
talked about you.
Yeah. And to expand upon the point like you're making about red pill ideology, even I'm like, I think that it goes right into like the conversation I've been seeing surrounding Love Island this season with KC in particular goes right into
Yep,
that.
I got little things about that too, because everybody. But that's what I'm talking about. The way some of the women are rallying around Casey, and oh, poor Casey, and Anaya's actually a bitch, and this and that and the other, and blah 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 blah, because of, specifically, they're like, oh, she didn't really like him anyway because she wasn't being physical with him, and look at how she's getting all up and over Carl, not paying attention to Carl has never been weird. Carl has never been weird. Carl has never been giving off weird energy. The only reason she didn't pick Carl was because she was trying to be loyal to the guy that told her he was all about her.
Yeah, and I've been seeing women's responses to that.
So that's what I'm saying. But
I
it's
could not tell.
convenient.
I could not
But
tell
it's
you how many
convenient.
women I've bad.
Because these same ones,
I
oh,
cannot
Carl
tell
is
you.
cute. And, not Carl. AC is KC, whatever his name is, the black one. He's cute and he's this and he's that. They're talking about all these things, like the girl said. Let me go back to what she said. She said, we don't need to choose between our safety and our appetite. We deserve both. And deserving
And the
both,
thing is,
we're
women
going to
do
look.
deserve
We're going to
both.
look past the stuff that prioritizes our safety.
Yeah, because here's the thing: in a perfect world, women do deserve both.
We do. We
Absolutely,
do. That is not in
unquestionably.
question.
I'm thinking, but the question, but the reality is, in the way the society is right
You're going to have to
now,
make some choices.
is it? I'm like, you're gonna have to. You're just gonna
You're
have
going to have to
to.
make some
And I'm like, and I choose this. I choose safety. I choose dignity.
And I
I
want to be
choose
clear.
self
Not only are
respect.
you going to have to make some choices, even if you don't believe those choices exist, you're still making them.
Yeah.
You're
Hmm.
still
Yes, you
making them.
are. I'm like whether or not anyone else likes or agrees, but you're making. And listen, like I feel like every woman has the right to make the choices that are best for her. But I'm like, but I don't think that women are doing that
It's
though.
not even that.
That's
This is
that's the
what I'm
point.
saying. When you make these choices, I don't think women they're framing it in a way that they're telling themselves that they didn't make that choice. That
Okay.
because they were safe, because they aren't looking again. This is me saying they're like, I don't see this, I don't see that. Stop making me look at that. It's like Bird Box. I'm trying to hold their eyes open. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. And they're like, no,
Yes.
because they know that that's going to be a convicting thing, and it's going to put them in a position to have to make a conscious choice of, I'm choosing to move in this way. And again, I'm saying this as someone who had my friends and my family come to me about my second baby father and say, hey, Kiana, I don't he's a little weird, he's a little off, there are things that I sat and I listened and I said, you know what, I'm going to get into your shoes and I'm going to look at it from your perspective, and I see exactly what you're talking about. But I am making an active choice that I own right here, right now, to believe that I'm getting my happy ending. And if it doesn't work out, then I will have to concede then. But that's me, and it's not me saying I'm perfect or nothing like that. This is just an example I'm using of what it looks like. I'm saying I'm choosing to go with what makes me feel better right now. And what I'm saying is, I don't think the girls are viewing the choice that they're making as that. They're saying there was no choice to be made.
I'm like, you don't think they're self aware
Yes,
is
there's
the
a level
energy.
of self awareness that they don't want to have, because, again, then it won't be as easy to make that choice, or it'll dampen it. It's like raining on the parade, basically. You get what I'm saying? I don't think there's
Mhm. I
no
know
way.
exactly what you're
I don't
saying.
think they feel like it's going to hit the same if they're making a fully conscious choice to do it. It's more fun if it's just, oh, I got swept away. You know what I mean? It's more fun that way.
But listen, fun. I'm like, tricks are for kids. Hello, and we're grown women,
That's what I'm saying. But
and that's
because
just
then a week later, 2 weeks, months later, we're having who the fuck did I marry? Who we're having? You get what I'm saying? That's how these things. That's how
yes.
we get
Hmm.
those stories. And when those stories happen, everybody, these same women will be there and be saying, "Oh yeah, girl, you ignored the red flags." And I'm saying, yeah, this is how we all ignore the red flags, and this is why we all ignore the red flags.
Hmm. I'm like, what did she? I think black women have been listening to black men saying that they want the other. Okay, what was that in response to? Okay, I'm
She
very
she
scared
said
of the
something.
ang.
She was saying something about like black women are eventually going to get to choosing other men. Maybe this was in response to the.
Well, black women are beginning to. That's the thing, and I think that should be a I actually have a prompt that is going to be about that as well. Actually, I made one, and it is why should basically why should black women continue to be race loyal to a unrace loyal group of men? Like that actually is going to be a conversation I'm going to be having within time as soon as I get like
Mhm.
the like the tick the TikTokery together,
The nigga,
the TikTokery of it all.
because child, they was saying, but I be stumbling across some funny things. It is funny because it was this. What was it today? And this guy was on there, and so it was a man running it, and the prompt was something about marriage, and he showed a TikTok of a woman saying she has so many married women friends who are the ones telling her don't get married because they're experiencing, cheating and a bunch of fuckery since they've gotten married. And so the prompt was like, it had to do with that. And this guy gets up there and he's talking about wigs and all the hits, and people are like, this have
Uh,
to do with, and I said, what does this have to do with what the woman said? And so then he had to say, so he said something about, oh, you're a single mother. You wouldn't understand. I said, sir, don't address me. And he was like, that's what I said. Whenever a man tags me and something, I'll be like, don't address me. He was like, I will. I went right to his page and blocked him. I said, I bet I won't see it.
okay. Because here's the thing: what you being a single mother, wigs, weaves, lashes, and all of those things with your sassy antics, so that ain't got nothing to do with the conversation. What you're trying to do is deflect from the idea that number one, men are the problem. They're the problem. So much so that these married women are telling single women, right? And mind you, this is not the first time that this happened. It's been conversation all over where married women are coming forth with like their traumatic stories surrounding. I'm like I've seen it as worse as like these women are coming back with HIV. I've seen these conversations where the men are like the cheating leads to that, and them finding out about it. Men having babies out on these women. All of these things, and actually I'm going to be having a prompt about cheating as well. And I actually because it's a conversation I want to have with women. And really just people, but especially with women, around the idea that I feel like cheating is abuse. I think it's a form of abuse. And so I have a prompt, and it's fun. I have Wendy Williams and her ex on there. Okay, I got
Oh yeah, he was really wild with it. He was.
yes, I had Megan and her ex up there. I refuse to name him by name. That biracial
It was a
bastard.
black
I'm not even naming him
child.
by
I
name.
forget his name.
Okay?
I want
It's
to say
irrelevant.
this survival. Black women want children, love, family, and safety. Our blind loyalty would not give us companionship. Black women are human, and women, we are human. Definitely are human. I've said
Yes.
many times before on here that if I didn't already have my kids, that I probably would be just knowing the type of personality I am, and definitely if I hadn't had the experiences I had through having my children, and that probably wouldn't have, I probably maybe would have seen the men talking by now, but I don't know if I would have believed it. But if things had gone a little bit differently with me in my life, I probably would be in a space where I would be susceptible to that FOMO of, oh, I don't have kids by now. I may want to have children. So I do have sympathy for women who maybe haven't experienced the downsides of, like I said, not heeding the what these men are doing and saying with the knowledge that we all seem to have now from being in these spaces. But at the same time, it's hard for me to sit back and watch, knowing what I know, and knowing what, again, that these women also have the privilege of knowing a lot of the stuff that I didn't know when I was in their position, at their position, because I knew that would have cleared it up for me real quick if I'd have known, if I'd heard these men talking and believed them in what they're saying, which it seems a lot of these women do because they're in the spaces they're in. It would have just been like, well, I ain't got no kids, or I would have went about other ways to get me some children if I wanted to do so.
But also to that point, black women deserve safety, companionship, family, and all of those things. I'm like, I think the conversation really is about how do black women gain those things, but safely. And I think that is where
I
Kenyana.
There are no guarantees. I am, and that's why I'm not someone who gets up here and
I'm like,
go
yeah,
to the
no
white man,
guarantees, but
go to
to the
this
best of
man, or
your
go to that man.
ability.
I don't believe that there are guarantees. There's inherent risk in being vulnerable, period. Right? But like I'm saying,
And the fact of the matter is, being a woman
being
and
a
being in
person,
and being around
being a
men is
person.
is a vulnerable
To be
state.
vulnerable emotionally is to open yourself up to possibly getting rejected or hurt. Right? So that's where I'm coming from at it. Like there are no guarantees in that sense, but I'm saying when we have, it was mind blowing to me to find out the discrepancy between my viewpoint of, oh, we're just out here living life, we're connecting, we're ships passing in the night, connecting and making memories and possibly trying to see if we gauge with each other, and sometimes it doesn't work out, between that and the understanding that men are looking at women as how many men has fucked her. Okay, this many men have fucked her. Well, then she's not
Yeah.
good for a wife thing, but I could use her for fucking every now and then. And oh, she doesn't believe she's a whore. Well, I'll just make her believe that she could earn her way into being my girlfriend, and I'm going to perpetually use her. And you get like to really understand that we could be doing life together, but having two completely different ideas about what we're doing here, and they'll know, but a lot of women do not know.
Yeah, I'm like, but I think the comment she just made is absolutely true. The point that black men do get absolutely angry. The fact that and within the color hierarchy, women, because black women are women with a vagina, that you can, I'm like, that we can level up, right? Because I'm using that word because it's your channel name, level up, so to speak, um regarding like men of the dominant society. Like, but here, and I think that I'm like, and I think it's multiple layered though. Like, I think it's because black men already envy the privileges
Mhm.
that these men have. But the thing about black men also is that they don't have any desire or any willpower to do what those men did to gain the privileges also that they had, which is why I also feel like they like to nuzzle, right, under those the bosom, so to speak, of those non-black preferences. Because that is their only real proximity to power. Like, it's the idea that they can have faux power.
Yeah. I mean, this is, but
Like,
and this is what I'm saying about being in that space of, like I said, prioritizing safety. Now it's easier for me to
yeah,
pick out, for instance, it's easier for me to pick out the guy who is struggling within himself of feeling like he's been denied something, and can tell how he's trying to regain that footing through his interactions with me. Case in point, the guy that I'm
exactly.
talking, the last
Yes.
guy that I ever like seriously dated, and more recently he tried to come back into my life. And I've explained on here before, like in dealing with him, being in that clearer headspace. The last time he was the last person I dated, because I was in a space of like, well, he does better financially, and he's more of a gentleman archetype. And I viewed him in a way in terms of social standing. He looked good on paper. He looked great on paper, actually, right? No kids, according to him, all this stuff. And so
That part, according to
according to
him.
him,
So,
so and I'd already known him for very many, like he had been pursuing me for over a decade. So then when we got to that point where I'm like, and this was in the beginning, this was in like 2018. So this was when I first was kind of hearing and absorbing the stuff from the manosphere. So this was the last guy that got in before I was
oh
all
girl,
done.
I was not aware of any of this back
I
then
was
in
I
2018.
started seeing that stuff in like 2016. So by 2018, I had enough where I heard enough, and I was like, well, let me see if I can make this work for me. Like, I was in that, I guess, like sprinkle type phase of like, I know enough where I feel like I can work with it. Let me see if I can work with it. And I was able to work with it, but that's when I came to the realization that for me, it wasn't even worth it, because I'm looking at him and I'm like, all of
Yeah.
his great, stuff on paper, I can see the insecurity. I can see where he's setting me up to make me pay for places where he felt like I made him feel rejected or thus then. And I'm talking about years before. Like, there's so much stuff that I'm seeing that it's like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Same thing for on here. We're sitting in these spaces, we're seeing these people, we're having, like, for instance, a lot of us in this space feel a different way about FD signifier than we did when we first became aware of him. Why? Because now our eyes have been bird box open to certain things, and it's, once you
Mhm.
see it, you can't see it. But I feel like that last little piece of women is like, I'm not ready to give up the dick, because, and they're not. They're doing this. They're closing their eye back up to that stuff that's going to make them say, yeah, I need to just give that up.
Just let it
I
go.
need to
Let
just
it
give
go.
that up.
Give it up, girl. But yeah, like, it's funny because also keep in mind, when in 2018, I was no, I think I was 20, actually. 21 years old. I was just freshly in my early 20s. I know that. Um and I was like, but there were conversations I was aware of. I wasn't aware of the manosphere, I will say at the time, but I was following some BWE content creators on here,
Mhm.
like I am Eloho. Was a part like when I went to college in like 2016. I was watching I am Eloho. I was watching. Um, I used to watch Chrissy. I stopped watching her because I just was that was a whole thing. I was watching like a few Black women content creators, and it was helping me navigate certain things. It was. I wish sometimes I did come across the manosphere because I didn't come across the manosphere until like 2020, 2021. That is when I became across, that's when I fully became aware of the manosphere. Around COVID is when I came aware of it.
FD hasn't done anything lately. I was using him as an example because there's a lot of us in the space that have just
Yeah.
eventually got to a point where we're just like have a distaste for him over time because certain things that again we sit in these spaces and we talk about a certain kind of energy that comes from men, and it gets to a point where if you're willing, if you have enough incentive to be more protective of yourself than you and desirous of men, you will start to see this energy and stuff coming out of men
I'm like, I'm like,
necessarily categorized that way. And so what happened
Mhm.
to a lot of us in this space is that we started to see certain things coming from him, and then we started to see it more frequently because once you see it you can't unsee it.
I agree. I'm like, there's another content creator, no shade, is outside of FD Sing the Fire. I'm gonna be real. Another one is Consciously. I stopped following him a
Oh,
long
I've been
time
heard.
ago because I
There
started
were
catching
certain
certain
people
things.
that was already like had been people used to consciously, of course, Derek Jackson, what's his name?
Yeah.
Stephen Labossiere, you know, different things. There are different men that people were already saying were kind of iffy and weird. But I'm talking about the ones that now it's gotten from because if you're in a space where here's the thing, as women we get in, or not as women, just generally you get into a space where you feel like okay, this is not that kind of content. So like FD is not a relationship person. He's not talking about relationships. He's not talking about, you know, sex and
No.
men, black women and men and sex and fathers in the home and this and that and the other, at least not in that way. He's more intellectual. And so women were
Yeah, it's an
enlightened.
intellectual. It's more
Yes, and
sociological
so
and
women are going, oh,
intellectual.
this is an
Yeah.
intelligent feminist liberal man who's different than those other men who I can feel mentally, emotionally, psychically safe with, right? Then you get to a point where you start seeing him because he's coming into these spaces that are adjacent to BWE or whatever. And he's speaking in a way that is now letting you know his politic around certain things that have to do with, like, for instance, black femicide and things like that. And you're like, and he's talking in a way that you wouldn't expect from him because you're thinking liberal, feminist. He knows bell hooks, this and that and the other, but he's coming here and he's saying, "Oh yeah, black femicide is a non-issue. It's a non-issue."
Oh, I'm like, I
And you're
remember
just like,
saying here, and I immediately clicked off. I unfollowed him right there. I said, nope. Mm-mm. I'm like, how dare you sit here and I'm like, and have all of these black women as followers, um, to quote bell hooks and claim to have these politics and then deny the issue of black femicide. And that goes to show that regardless of where black men fall politically, where black men were black anyway, they're gonna, what one thing about black men is they're always gonna put themselves first at the
and but
expense of
that's what
black
I'm talking about.
women.
And I'm saying like it's convenient, like I said, it's convenient thinking of, oh, well, let's not police or let's not own our desires. And I'm saying this as a woman who is desirous of men in the way she's talking about. I will look a man up and down and imagine him every way through past Sunday. You know what I mean? But it's about what does it look like? How does that man feel about femicide? How does that man feel about Megan Thee Stallion? How does that, like, those are
Oh
the
yeah,
things
no, that's
that
on my litmus
you kind of,
test.
but when a man is sexy enough and the vibes are right
How
and
does he feel
the light,
about Russell Wilson? That's another litmus test I have. How does he
that's what
feel
I'm
about
saying. But
Russell
when the
Wilson
lights are
Sierra?
down and the vibes are flowing, women don't want, there is a time, a person, a situation where a woman will be like, I really want to fuck this man. I would rather not know. La 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 la. I don't want to know what you think about Megan Thee Stallion. I don't want to know what you think about black femicide because I want to fuck you. And like I said, I don't feel like the women are owning that.
Yeah, and it's true. It is to. I'm like, um, yeah, like I'm like I think that that is a. I don't, and I'm like, and when you put it that way, I don't think women are being honest about that. That honest,
I don't want to know.
honest.
And I don't want to take the time to think about how that may endanger me in opening myself up to you physically in this way right now.
Yeah. Mhm. I'm like, but yeah, yeah, I will say, they will always sympathize with men regardless of how to, yeah. And actually, we're seeing it right now again with KC from Love Island. We're seeing it right now. How the black community is rallying behind him,
Oh, did
regardless how
you
terrible
hear?
he is.
Oh, they are dragging Jesse Wu 5 ways past Sunday.
As they, I'm like, you. Let
Have
me
you
tell
seen?
you something
Because
about
they
Jessie
said
Woo.
that
I've been
lady,
over her.
he should have hit her or something like that.
Listen, I've been over Jessie Woo for a long time because I don't like the energy she has towards Black American women. That's a
Yeah,
whole other thing.
he's had many problematic, and it's crazy because Jesse Wu, there's certain creators that it's like I like the idea of them or I admire certain things about them, but they just always wind up doing something weird where I'm just like, and she's one of the ones where I've just had to kind of like just not. I won't say I had to put her away. I don't have her blocked or nothing, but it's like I don't go out of my way to watch her because it's just something about she is weird. And I always hear on the periphery she said this weird thing or she did this weird thing. It's like, okay.
But it's specifically, I feel like she's weird and has this weird animosity specifically towards Black American women. And that is something, and that's also something I've noticed like with a lot of Black women who are not Black, who are not ethnically Black American
There
online as well. There's an
there
animosity that they
I don't
have.
I'll say this. I don't know. I won't say I don't know enough about it. I do know about it. There is something that's going on in terms of, they call it the diaspora wars or something. And there is a large rift between Black Americans and those who are either like first gen or immigrant or
Second
whatever
gen.
that feel like
Mhm.
they that feel enough of an attachment to the motherlands that they don't feel like they're Black American, and it does get nasty. And I'm still kind of chewing on it because on the one hand, I can kind of, I don't know. I'm not going to say I feel it coming from both sides or I feel I understand it from both sides because to me, as a foundational Black American, and I've had this conversation with people who are nice to me that aren't like
Yeah.
mean and nasty,
Oh yeah,
but
girl.
I've
We're
had
just
this
the Black
conversation
American women having a conversation.
where I've had to like explain that there's a privilege of not being foundational Black American, and I do feel that
I
that
do feel it
nasty
too.
energy of people who come from other places looking at us as if we're lesser than, and we could, if we sat and took the time to ask them, it probably goes back to people saying, oh well, those are the ones that got taken and they weren't worthy, they lost the fight, whatever it is. But there is this thing of like, oh, Black Americans are dirty and nasty and this and that, and
Lazy,
better.
criminals,
Yeah,
all
and
baby
it's just
mamas, all the
like,
things.
for
Welfare
me,
queens, all the
I
stereotypes.
try to steer away from it because I don't see it getting better anytime soon, and I don't feel
Mm.
like I don't feel like drudging through the muck of the conversation period because it is so nasty and so disrespectful and so mean and all of those things that it's just like I'm kind of like it's beyond me right now. I'm gonna let
Yeah,
the days in this
but it is
away,
something to chew
but I
on.
peep, I see things, I hear things, and I got my good eye and my good ear out there. But in a general sense, like I got my own battles that I've chosen to fight on
Yes.
the internet, and that's not one I feel like getting involved with.
Yeah, yeah, that's a whole like I said, that's a whole other can of worms. But I only because Jessie Woo did come up, like I've been felt like, and it's funny because like after like that whole thing with Love Island, with the KC and how the things that she was saying regarding Anaya and all of those things, like it's funny because that's when the conversation started to come out about like And funny enough, I've been clocked it. Being
I
being.
it's a cultural. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I think this is I know who you are. I know because you changed your name, but I see your picture. I know who you are. Hey, boo, I love you.
Hey, girl.
Um, I I understand that, and it's not that I'm. That's why I'm like I kind of don't allow. I don't get. I'm doing the la 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 thing a bit myself when it comes to that
Yes.
because I know where I stand. I'm a foundational Black American. My grandmom's was born and raised here. You know what I mean? So I know who I am, but I
Same.
also I'm Gullah Geechee people, so we have that connection to
Oh,
Haiti
you're
and
Geechee.
yeah. So I mean, I'm not
I'm
you
like
know
I'm like
I'm
I'm actually I have Creole roots on my mama's
period
side.
period. But like I found that out in tracing our family lineage. Like I wasn't raised that way, but I found that out about myself. So I am someone who feels like there is a way to come to. But if I'm hearing people and I'm seeing people talking real reckless about Black Americans and talking very nastily about Black Americans, I'm a Black American. So you know what I mean? It's like I'm ignoring the conversation in the sense that I don't want to actively engage in it because everybody's got it. So many people have got it. They're handling it. But I'm also aware of it and I do be on the lookout because there are some people who are weird, who like to differentiate, who talk down on Black Americans in a very weird, nasty way. And also like even the situation with Jackie Ina that recently
Oh
she's
yeah.
but that I didn't know. I knew she was like first gen or something like that, but I
Yeah,
didn't know
she's
that like
for her through her father.
but she was like a part of this group of first gens or whatever, and they were talking real reckless about Black America, or they were just saying really. I didn't understand until recently when all these conversations around these diaspora words were coming. There are a lot of first gens and stuff like in these positions of power where I was just looking at old Black people, but when you actually look and sit with them and listen, they are differentiating and they are kind of boxing FBAs out, and they are like instant, not just Black immigrants, right? But immigrants
Hmm.
generally.
Yes, they
I
are.
didn't know. I didn't know how deeply they dislike the idea, and this is how
And it's
Donald Trump
especially
is
vicious
able.
with the eight POCs, like
No,
the
no, no.
Asians.
This Asians. This is how a Donald Trump is able to get in there and trick them out of their own freedoms and shit because they look at handouts. So stuff like what's it called? Scholarships and things. Like I saw this one girl was going through something on TikTok and she was going through it with her dad because her dad was paying for her school and she took like some extra classes or whatever. And he was just highly scrutinizing her and he didn't want her to take the extra classes. So he withdrew his financial support. And then she went and got her own scholarships and stuff based off of her research, and he was like down talking her and getting the family to like get on her, and they were like, oh, you're making us look bad, you're making us look poor, you're taking handouts. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, scholarships and shit are bad. So that's when like there's this whole other, to my point about men, there's this whole other mindset that is used to disqualify FBAs in their mind of certain respect and dignity based off of stereotypes. And I was just like, I didn't know that. I did not know that. But now a lot of things are starting to, the math is starting to math in a different way and it's mathing. So I'm just like, okay. But I'm going to deal with everybody as they come to me. Like, as long as you treat me
And
with
I
respect, I'm
typically
not,
do
you
too.
know,
I
yeah.
typically do too. But I'm like,
So
it is something I will keep in mind, and I try to keep in mind. But it is, but I'm like, but to your point, like anyone that as long as you come with me with respect and care, I'm
and
like
oh yeah, and then
I tend to reciprocate that.
the whole thing around the Essence Fest, it was
Oh,
just certain
Essence Fest
things.
pissed me
Yeah,
off.
it's just like, yo, they're moving like colonizers. And again, I don't want to say it's just Haitians or this. It's everyone that's not
Everyone.
FBA. They're moving. They are treating foundational Black Americans the same way everybody else
Yes,
does. You know what I
does.
mean? It's
White
like we're
people.
just supposed to be livestock and cattle and commerce for them. We're not, and they're keep like it's so it really kind of blew my mind. And like I said, I'm still chewing on it. So that's why I don't get into like doing subject matter about it. And I'm not even looking into it like that to do it, but I've been seeing some things that really like hurt my heart. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm like, and it has because but that's why I it is something I keep in mind because I have noticed those things. And I'm like, and to your point about Essence Fest, I that was the biggest thing for me. Like a space that is reserved to celebrate and empower Black American women.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not
that's
when
what that was for.
hold on one second. When I'm talking about this, I'm talking about it in general for
Oh yeah.
all of the found non FBA. I'm
I
not
know,
just
yeah,
getting into
I
and
agree. Cause
it started
but
with Jesse Wu in this conversation, but I'm not just honing in on Haitians. I'm talking about
Haitians.
everybody. I'm talking about
Yeah,
Nigerian,
we talk about it,
Ghanaian, everybody.
and we even talk about non-black POCs, and we even
Yeah,
talk about the non-black because don't think I don't. I'm like I haven't peaked K-pop, honey, because that's a whole other form of colonization trying to take from Black Americans while you sit there and hate niggas. Okay, that's a whole other thing. Okay, that people ain't ready for at all. But yeah, K-pop is yeah. I peep it. I peep it. Let's just say I peep it, especially how they was treating Manal and
listen, what happened at Essence? So, well, last year was the worst example of it, but this year, what we're seeing is backlash against specifically. I forgot that lady's name, but who's the head of it? Because okay, so last year, what they did was they basically hijacked the whole thing and tried to make it a celebration of the diaspora, as opposed to what
and the
Essence
African
Feminism
continent.
was, which was Black American. Like Essence was started as a Black American publication highlighting greatness in, Black Americans. And
And
what they did,
specifically
and
Black American women.
they did it in a very, like I said, disrespectful and dismissive way, where they were just kind of like, oh well, we own this now. And the way the lady, she came out and said something like the originals are here.
Yeah, I caught the shade.
The originals are, so now it was like downplaying Black Americans contribution to, not even contribution, because let's be real, now you got me talking about it. Okay, let's be real. When we're talking about Black culture, the majority of the Black culture that people are always trying to commodify, I'm talking about everybody, white people, British people, everything. When you see
Black
them try to
American
take
culture.
something and make it their own, AAVE and everything, it's Black American culture. And so, like I said, now that this a light has been shined on this, you start seeing how our own other Black people that aren't Black American people are doing the same thing, but they're trying to take it and say, oh well, this is our stuff because it's Black, but it's not Black American. And so it's one of those things where everyone is disempowering
Even
Black
even
people
the
and
conversation about hip hop.
relegating them to the level of consumer, never innovator, never owner, never and that is so hurtful because these are other Black people.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
think it's more insidious because it's other
yeah,
Black
look at
people.
do in fact I'll do it. Let me see. Let me go to Google. Google.
Also, to your point about Essence Fest, also keep in mind that they were also using the $1 trillion Black American spending power to try to basically rebuild the continent and rebuild certain African countries. I think it was like Nigeria and stuff. So they were literally I'm like also they were not using like at the event in New Orleans, they were Xing out like Black American vendors and all of those different things. Like they owe a lot of vendors like money, and they're using like money from even the state of Louisiana and they owe back money to the state of Louisiana because they were taking state funds for Essence Fest as well. Like it's a whole thing. And to the colonization, the acting like colonizers, that whole colonization piece. When you're using um a vulnerable group of people's spending power to try to and take it like and not use it for those people but to power and entirely different group of people, that absolutely is behaving like a colonizer to try to take something that was um for Black American women, that centered Black American women. Um, and all those things. Because listen, I've been to Essence Fest. I went there in 2019 when I was up
Oh,
south.
wonderful.
Yeah, I've been to Essence Fest. And so it was, I'm like, one of the things that it was, because it did center Black American women, it centered the experiences of Black American women. So to try to change that, again, and listen, Essence Fest is not the only example. I've heard like conversations from people now surrounding hip hop, trying to claim like Jamaicans and Puerto Ricans and other Caribbeans created hip hop, and they're the individual. Yeah, like this is a whole thing that has been happening, like behaving like colonizers, and
Yeah.
it's more insidious because we are all Black people.
So there was, it says, but let's be I moved this to this part, but let's be real. We all know what everyone is talking about. The tension between Black Americans and Africans that the festival put on Front Street this year. I've written about this before. For years, there's been a rift between Black Americans, the descendants of slaves, and Africans, first or second generation immigrants from the continent. To African Americans, the rift is mostly one sided because we pay little attention to the negative comments from our brothers and sisters from the motherland. But this year's Essence Festival has many talking about it. This was 2025. Because what was once a celebration of Black American culture this year turns into something else. Many have rightfully pointed out that Carolyn A. Wanga, a Kenyan citizen, is the current president and CEO of Essence Ventures. I'm going to take a moment to kind of, and you know what? I'm going to probably go and find that lady's TikTok that was running all this stuff down that I
You
did
talk
not.
about Tabitha Speaks, yeah,
Was
I
that the one
follow.
that do the makeup?
No, but Tabitha, I don't think she does makeup, but Tabitha Speaks.
There's a
Bro,
lady
you're talking.
that
You're talking about Deja, the
yeah,
light
she
skinned
does
girl,
make,
Deja.
and she was doing her makeup and she was talking about the guy that bought Essence and she was
Yeah, I saw
and she
that
was
video.
connecting all these dots
Hmm.
about Jackie Ina and stuff. Like I was like, whoa, I did not know all of it. I'm gonna have to find this out. Many have rightfully pointed out that Carolyn A. Wanga, a Kenyan citizen, is the current president and CEO of Essence Ventures. They imply, well, say with their chest, that her being at the helm of a company is why the festival took a more pan-African turn and tried to celebrate global blackness instead of distinctly American version of it. There's certainly a need to try and unite Africans and Black Americans. We are more alike than we are dissimilar, and we would be wise to remember that. I'm trying to get to the point where they're saying if they said what happened. Oh, this wasn't it. Well, that explained, whatever. It didn't go into exactly what they did, what happened. But yeah, and now she's on the outs. I guess they got her out of there because they're kind of like scapegoating her for what happened. And so now she's suing them for like defamation. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's a mess. So yeah, but that's just a little taste of what's going on. At some other point, maybe I can try to look into that and make it a topic of discussion or whatever. It said, but it is a US genre. Yeah. It said, when I tell you I don't walk around looking at Black people wondering where they're from, like at all. Like, yeah, but I'm like when you and I've seen there was this clip of this girl, she was on, I remember it from like last year or something. She was on some kind, I don't know who this woman is, mind you, but she was on some kind of podcast and she said something. She said, "Oh, you're a dirty Black American," and it was like, "What are you talking about?" And she was Haitian, and she was like, "Y'all dirty Black Americans," and it was like, "Oh, I can't believe you said that." She said, "Yeah, I said
Oh
you're
yeah.
a dirty Black American," and that's why like my eyes were being open to like, oh, it's really like that, huh?
I'm like, and don't forget during Black History Month, that's Sierra Leone women that threatened and unalive me. Oh, I could wait. Can I say that on YouTube?
Well, I don't want
The
to.
G side word.
Yeah, yeah, you can say that.
You know, wait. Can I say the BOMB word?
The what?
She
Bomb?
threatened to BOMB Black Americans during
Wow.
Black History Month. A Sierra
Well, I
Leonean
don't want. That's what
woman.
I said. I don't even want to get it because I don't want people coming at me. I'm not in a space. I'm
Yeah.
not prepared to talk about this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm seeing things I don't like.
Yeah.
I'm seeing things that don't feel good. I am.
Hmm.
Yeah, I used to want to go to SFS too, but when I started seeing all of this, I was like, oh, well, it's not even popping no more. And like they're not. Let me. I want to see this though specifically because it's about Essence Fest. Let me see if I can find it. What you say the lady's name is Deja?
Yeah, Deja, DEGVU, I think her
D-E.
TikTok name is. I know who you're talking about. Because she even before this even happened, there was she was having the conversation about the representation of Black American women beauty creators and how the underrepresentation of Black American creators. And she got like a major backlash from it from the diaspora. Like it was a whole thing. A whole thing. Mind you, bring up things that she never she was is talking about, bringing up like colorism, like like it was just like ridiculous, like purposely trying to misunderstand what she was saying.
Yeah, Deja. Okay, I found it. I found it. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Sorry. Where is it? Here, right here. Oh, I have so many things, but we will not talking about that. This is the post show, y'all. This is the post show. If it let me,
Liberian billionaire who built an entire empire on your loyalty. Last year I told y'all, my heart, the godfather of black media, or is he an elite Liberian billionaire who built an entire empire on your loyalty? Last year I told y'all, Essence Fest didn't feel the same. So I did some research. Here's what I found out. Essence was acquired by Richie Lou Dennis January 2018. His origin story is presented as a rags to riches immigrant come-up story, when in reality, he didn't flee poverty. He fled a violent overthrow of the Liberian elite. Richie Lou's family lineage is part of the oppressing class of elite Liberians. Richie Lou himself confirms his mother's position as an economist for the Liberian government. This was under President Tolbert. The government was violently overthrown in the 1980s. Richie Lou Dennis owns or controls the majority of black women's legacy media in America. In 2017, he sells Shea Moisture to Unilever for $1.6 billion, a company built on the backs of black American women's loyalty and dollars. It was sold to Unilever, a white British corporation. 1 month later, the British government knights him. Makes him knight and commander for contributions to democratization. This relationship dates back to 1997. This is just a case of the elite rewarding and acknowledging the elite. Then in 2018, he uses that money from Unilever to purchase Essence magazine. He now controls Sundial Media Group. What is under Sundial Media Group? Essence Magazine, Essence Festival, Refinery 29,
Is it pause?
Unicon, and Afropunk. He also runs the New Voices Fund, a $200 million fund that decides which black women entrepreneurs gets their capital. Keep in mind which kinds of black women. That'll come back up later. Oh, almost forgot. He also owns Madam C.J. Walker's mansion. Who gave him that? Madam C.J. Walker built her fortune selling to black American women. She employed them, she trained them, and she created economic independence for them. Dennis purchased the mansion back in 2018 and promised to turn it into an institution for black women entrepreneurs. That never happened. But let's take a look and see who gets featured in Essence. Essence platforms them. They build audiences, brands partner, access to politicians. They even interview presidents. All of that influence flows back to the network. So where's the money going? Essence gets Louisiana state funding. They're using your tax dollars. The money doesn't stay in New Orleans. It goes here. September 2024, Essence Ventures partners with the Nigerian federal government. They have a partnership. Essence becomes the official global and knowledge partner for Destination 2030. Don't be confused. This is not a sponsorship. This is a government partnership. Your magazine partnering with a foreign government without asking you. Do the viewers know? I don't think they know. This is the Nigerian government's campaign to make Nigeria the global capital for black culture. A black culture? Meanwhile, back in Louisiana, the convention center is owed $456,000. Local vendors are owed $1 million. So the vendors never got paid. Did you make any money last year? He can't pay the local vendors, but he can invest $300,000 in the Liberian Presidential Center. He can fly influencers to Lagos. The money is there. It's just not going to Louisiana. It's just not going to New Orleans. It's going to Lagos, it's going to Liberia, it's going to foreign governments. This isn't black empowerment. They're using black American institutions to fund their elite African federal government agenda. They told you exactly what they're using your dollars and Louisiana's bill to build Nigeria's global brand. My fellow black American people, stop funding, stop supporting what doesn't fund you back.
So I want to say this. Like I said, that's why I'm like, I'm not actively in a space where I'm like, I want to campaign one way or the other for anything. Cause that came to me. I wasn't looking for it. It just happened to come to me. And I was like,
And I
okay.
just shared a video on TikTok. I'm like, me and my mutual. Actually, I've seen you comment on her. I don't know if she's mutual, but centering Black women and girls is my
Oh,
mutual
yeah,
on
no,
TikTok.
yes, he
I've
is.
seen her. We were actually talking about it um between us in the messages. We both shared it, and then we started talking about it in the
Mhm.
messages. And like me and centering Black women and girls had our own conversation about it and a lot of
Yeah,
things that were going on.
I'm in a space where I'm just like, the things that I'm seeing are hurtful to me. I'm sad. And as someone who prides themselves on pattern recognition, I can't sit and say, like I said, the math isn't mathing, but I'm not in a space where I'm ready to fight that fight or say, oh, I'm anti this or anti that. But there's stuff I'm seeing that I don't like, that don't feel good to me as a Black American. And I'm definitely questioning it because I'm just like, well, why? I remember last year the whole backlash in the Black Americans saying, "Hey, this is our thing," and we were basically like, "Get out of here! You don't know what you're talking about," and everything is really, it's all of us. So it's like whenever it's something that is uniquely Black American, somehow there's a convenient way to make it a part of the diaspora. You know what
And
I mean?
that's something, and that's what I don't
Their
like.
specific flag. You get what I'm saying? And it's like we
Like
don't.
I'm like, even the conversation around Juneteenth, like that is specific to Black Americans, especially Black Americans from Texas. But now we're expected to share the event and have Pan African colors like on flyers for Juneteenth events, and I'm like, and having to have Afro beats and Caribbean music, and I'm like, and non-Black American foods, and like that. That's the type of shit
Like
that makes
there
my
was
ass itch.
it didn't feel like, oh, we're trying to be
And
inclusive.
don't even get me
It
started
felt
on the
like
Brits.
Black American stuff isn't a thing. It's just Black. And that's the problem, because Black American is so distinctive when people want to do the fashion and people want to do the music and people, you get what I'm saying? It's very
But they don't want to give
marketable
credit
to
where it's
people
due
when there's
either.
money to be made, but then when there's some kind of notoriety or something to credit Blackness, they don't want to give it a Black. Everything bad about Blackness is goes to Black Americans,
But
but
everything good, they
everything
want our rhythm and
notable
not our blues.
goes
That's the
to
saying.
the diaspora. I peeping game. Gotta say
I'm
it.
peeping.
Peeping game.
I'm
So
peeping. It's given you want our like we say to the white people back in the day, like you want our rhythm but not our blues. I catch it. I am absolutely been catching it. Hmm.
like, and that's the thing. And for me, like I said, I don't see why it should be harmful for Black Americans to, no, let me rephrase that. I do see why it's incentivized by everybody else to scapegoat Black Americans in that way and say, "Oh, you're just being paranoid and y'all just can't deal with the truth because we are so marketable." But they don't want us having control over that commodity that is American Blackness. American.
And that to me is a problem because here is the reality of things, right? We are the only black people here who have that are um like the so-called like not like native as in like native, that's not what I'm saying, but like native as in we are the black population that actually is what foundational. Like we are the black population that comes from this land. Initially, our ancestors were brought here, enslaved here, our ethnicity formed here. Like this is where we're from. And I feel like, um yeah, like the nuance of that, and I'm like, is purposely being erased because they do not want to give credit to Black America. Like that whole conversation, like like months ago, I think it was last year, talking with them British women talking about they have their own version of soul food. Like, no, you don't.
Yeah, that, and I get what you're saying, Braids, like Brandy, and that's why I'm saying, like, I that's specifically what I'm saying. I saw her video, and I saw like another video where she did specifically around that whole Jackie Aina thing, but I'm not going to show that there because I don't want people to think I'm like, oh, I'm anti Jackie Aina or nothing like that.
But
The
she's never
thing,
said that though.
who never said that?
No, she's never said to vote. She's never. I don't think she's ever
No,
even
I
talked
don't think
about
this person
voting.
is saying specifically her about the voting, but she is saying, I have seen that she's made a lot of videos about this subject. So I'll give it to her that she's saying that this particular creator may have an agenda. She just might. I'm not saying she doesn't, but I'm saying when I sat and watched what she said, for me, that particular, just that one video, and maybe like two others that I've seen, it made me go, It was things that made me go, And so this is me saying, I'm not trying to dis say what you're saying is not true. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, that particular thing and a couple other videos of
Hmm.
hers and other people's videos I saw that I was just like, and not even, I scroll, you just be scrolling on TikTok, and I've come across people with thick accents that are not Black American, but they're Black, saying, and their prompt is like, Black Americans are dirty in this. You get what, like, I've
Like,
seen
I
it for
come
me.
across those things too. And
So
here's
that's why I'm
also
just
the
like, what
thing.
is going on? I don't like this. And to what Felicity was saying, what did you say? She said they profit off of us in any way we can't profit off ourselves as Black American. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like, it's clear that the way we walk, the way we talk, the music we make, the slang, the hairstyles, the way we wear jewelry, and this and that and the other, the
Our
distinctly
nails,
Black
all of
American
that.
thing. The Koreans are taking it. Everybody's jacking it. The Asians are
I,
jacking
I
it.
like I just brought up K-pop
Everybody's
as a
jacking it,
prime
and
example
now
of that.
it's like, oh my God, Black people are doing it to us too. Africans are doing it to us too. That's the part where I was just like shocked. Like, it never occurred to me that they could or would do stuff like that. But the way things are panning out, it's and there's this dismissal of it, like, oh well, y'all didn't do it, and so you're unworthy of it. We're going to come in and we're going to do what y'all are too dumb or lazy or stupid to do, and that takes away from the systemic things that they're playing into, the anti-Black white supremacy. Here's the thing, and now I'm into it. My viewpoint of all of it, chattel slavery was meant to do just this. And so for us who are foundational Black Americans, we have inherited that energy that says you are nothing but commerce, you're nothing but pieces on a board, you're nothing but money for the real humans. And so it kind of makes sense in that sense of like globalization, that other Black people that aren't here, they're just playing into the same way the people that were dealing in slavery in Africa back in them days were doing. You know what I mean? It was just like, oh well, this is how we do capitalism. This is just how you do capitalism. But there's this gaslight of, oh, but you should be proud because we're all still Black. We're
Yeah,
all
that's
still,
that's the gaslighting shit that gets on my nerves. It gets under my skin because
you should be proud.
because they do that. Not all, we're all Black thing, to shut down any conversation surrounding nuances regarding
Yeah.
ethnicity and
Anything
identity.
that allows Black Americans, like I said, it's okay for us to take on the idea of being lazy and frivolous and hedonistic and animalistic and all of those things. It's okay for us to hold that solely as Black Americans. But when people are like, oh yeah, we like this and that and the other, oh well, it's the diaspora, because if you go to Essex, we're talking about Black American culture. And Black American culture, like I said, they're not imitating Africans in K-pop. They're imitating Black Americans in K-pop. They're not imitating African music when they're doing the R&B over there in Korea and stuff. They're imitating Black American style of like churchy, soulful R&B. They're not imitating Afro beats in Korea. They're imitating R&B. That's American. That's Black American. You know what I mean? So Black American is marketable. You make money off of Black American stuff. And so that's where they want to come in and say, oh, well, we should be able to get it because we're a part of the diaspora. Black Americans are a part of the diaspora. Who this? Oh, that's you coming back. Are you back? You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. The connection broke. Sorry.
So yeah, it's just like it's like I said, it's been disheartening for me. And specifically back to we were talking about like with Jessie Wu, I've seen her have problematic takes more so on the misogynoir end and male centered end of things. But yeah, when they were saying it, she was saying all that stuff. It's not that because I've seen her talk the way she's talked about those types of things. That's not those kind of things kind of go hand in hand. You know what I mean?
Hmm. But yeah, like that, there's a conversation that people are purposely trying not to have. And anytime, I will say this, anytime I've seen those conversations try to be had, there is gaslighting.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, we're all black, we're all of these things. All of a sudden, race, ethnicity, and nationality all of a sudden become the same thing. But y'all know the difference between those things when, for example, whole thing a few years ago with Michael B. Jordan and that whole thing with Juve, honey. Y'all know the difference between like a Black American and a Caribbean person. Then y'all absolutely know the difference then because like the way that they got on that man for cultural appropriation for trying to brand Juve, honey. But they don't have that energy for essence. It's hypocrisy to me because I absolutely have heard conversations surrounding that they don't want Black Americans at their carnivals. They don't want Black Americans, and I'm like in some of their spaces. But somehow, when Black Americans try to gatekeep, and it's not just like from them, but from white people, from non-Black people of color. When Black people attempt to gatekeep, we are the only ones that are expected to share with everybody. Our culture, our ethnic group has to be the mammy, so to speak, like the mammy of the whole thing. And I don't like that. I don't like that.
Kenny said, "Now I don't know what the fuck is going on." I'm sorry, Kenny. I ain't mean to.
Yeah.
I don't even know how we got here. I'm sorry. It said, y'all are not lazy. I tell you, as a Haitian, we understand we do. Haitians are those Haitians in the Caribbean. That's what, first of all, I have a cousin, and we're cousins because we have the same last name, very distinctive last name. Footman is not a last name, it's not like a Johnson or a Jones. So we know we're connected in some way. And she is more connected to that Haitian ancestry of whatever. And like I said, we were able to chase our lineage both separately and collectively back to like North Carolina back in the olden days. And so we know our Creole roots. And once I learned about Gullah Geechee and stuff like that, it made sense because my great grandma, who I had many years with, like I was grown when she passed away. But remember when I heard Gullah Geechee people speak, I was like, oh my God, that's how my great grandma spoke, because she gave me the nickname Uno, but she would pronounce it Uno. And it's like, so now the inflection in her voice and stuff, I'm like, oh, that was Gullah Geechee. That was her accent. It was Gullah Geechee. And so I'm like, so I have that connection or whatever. But still, again, I didn't know that until I was a grown woman. I grew up Black American. I am Black American regardless of that. And so it's like, there is still
Gullah
some,
Geechees are part of the Black American ethnic group too.
yes,
There are
and
some group
but
of
it's
them.
still, it's Haiti. The if the people came from Haiti, and then the descendants or whatever are foundationally American because they were here building the country when it was, you know what I mean? So it's like, yes, there is that connection, but I still don't like the idea that people are trying to erase those of us who our forefathers were here fighting and dying And I'm not talking about the civil rights movement. I'm talking about the people that actually had to endure the slave trade and come here and till the land and work the soil and live and die here for their children to live and
And
die here.
terrorized here.
Their children to
Black
live and
American women
die here.
getting raped.
For their
Like,
children to then start doing the civil rights shit for now everybody to be able to come over and make money. And then for y'all to try to erase all of that. That's what I don't like.
and I don't like that neither. And
We are
I find
one.
it highly offensive.
We are one, but some of us was putting in more work than others. Through the fire. You get what I'm saying? And we deserve our things. We
We
deserve our
deserve our things, and we deserve to be able to sit here and be like, this is our culture, and we want to be centered in this way. We deserve to have that right because everyone else has that right.
yes.
I never went to Haitian Flag Day or to anyone's Independence Days and tried to center Black American culture. Never did
Yeah,
that,
but
and that's why, like, I found it disingenuous when they was trying to bring up like Cinco de Mayo, during like the whole thing with like Juneteenth. So I was like, well, what Black Americans don't do is we don't bring Black American food,
yeah,
trying to force them to play
we
Black
are
American
going to
music.
and we are
We
going
we
to
go there,
celebrate
we
you
eat
on your
Mexican.
day.
We're
We are going
celebrating
to
you. We're going
celebrate
there
you
eating
on
Mexican
your day.
food. We're eating
Cinco
Mexican
de
food.
Mayo.
We're listening to Mexican music and all those things. What y'all are trying to do is center
Cinco de
yourselves.
Mayo, we're salsaing, we're saying hola, we're gonna wear the sombrero, we're
Mm.
celebrating you on your day with you. St. Patrick's
Where you
Day,
are trying. Mhm.
top of the morning to you on St. Patrick's Day. We're celebrating you on your day. But I want to chattel slavery and commodification has made Black American identity highly profitable to exploit. It's an unfortunate effect of this anti-Black system, yes, and it's like they don't realize it, but they are utilizing Black people, Black bodies, Black identity in the same way that the original colonizers and
But
enslavers
that's the thing. I
meant.
do think some of them realize it because you're not gonna tell me that Richard Lou Dennis was not. He's been here long enough to know what he's doing. I feel like he does know. And that's the problem. But even when they have the knowledge, they don't give a fuck because some of them do look down upon and child. It's a whole thing.
And I want to be clear because she said, I grew up in a multi ethnic household. It's ignorance is on all sides, and I hate that for us. Yeah. And I want to be clear. Like, originally, when I first started hearing these conversations around this, I was like, well, I was in elementary school and I saw people calling people African booty scratchers and shit. You know what I mean? Like, from a child perspective of knowing how kids are and how things go, when people would cite that and say, oh, yeah, people were mean to me. I'm like, yeah, I get that. I see that. I understand it. But as a grown woman, like I said, getting into this sociology thing and really looking at commerce and capitalism from a educational, studious standpoint, I'm just like, yeah, this is something deeper. This isn't just, our personal vendettas against each other. You guys are aligning with empire to displace us and block
Like,
us
and I'm like,
out
but there's also a gaslighting about
the
it when we say.
commerce. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even care about the emotional aspect of it. Y'all are blocking. Y'all are trying to usurp what they say, destiny swap. Y'all are trying to destiny swap with us right now. Y'all are trying to usurp our marketability. This is about money and resources and shit. And I'm not for that. You know how I feel about resources and intellectual property and shit like that. I'm not with that shit at
Which
all.
is also why,
So
like the whole thing with like the Asian boycott and just supporting a Black business. The moment that Black like, no, we're supporting like Black American business specifically. They got
no,
because they were trying to jump on that bandwagon to exploit that Black American dollar. Just like
the
because
Gullah
truth be
Geechee.
told, some of them not
No,
as is. Mm,
I'm not saying the Gullah
mm.
Geechee are definitely Haiti, but I'm saying there are some Haitian, like it's a Creole, it's a mix of people, and Haitians are part of it. And then the cousin that I met specifically, she is more connected to the actual Haitians that are connected to our family. I don't know if I am, but like somewhere along the way, we tracked ourselves back to like a common whatever. But I'm saying that like I know Haitian is a part of that. And so for me, I'm like, oh, well, I'm looking at everybody like, oh, we should be family. We are family. We could be family. But I don't like the way that, all of this is going down.
Mm-hmm.
I learned from this guy who does linguistics from there. Oh, cool. Gullah Geechee is Black American. Yes, Gullah Geechee is Black American. Gullah Geechee is the what we became once everybody got here and got settled and started doing their own thing, and the pot got
And
started. The
start
gumbo.
because they also intermix with black, even
Gullah
if there were
Geechee.
Caribbeans, they mixed with Black American people that were already here because of the slave trade. So they basically got absorbed into the Black American identity. Right.
Yes.
After, and it ain't just like Gullah Geechee people. There are, because there was crossover between the Caribbean and the United States. So some people like that have two Black American parents, four Black American grandparents, eight Black American grandparents, etc. But when they do a DNA test, it will show like they have like trace ancestry, possibly like from the Caribbean, like under the diaspora portion. And that, like, whether it be like Jamaica or Haiti or Trinidad or whatever the situation be. But the thing is, those people still intermix with the already existing Black American population. So their children continue to procreate with other Black American people. So they just kind of just got absorbed in.
Yes, the migration, Felicity. The migration, because different parts. Because my cousin, that the one that identifies more with the Haitian part of her, I remember she was explaining to me that her Haitian grandmother or something like that, but there were like Indians or something in it, because she had thought that they were one thing, and then she found out they were like Indian and something. So we're a bunch of things, and truth be told, when everything is said and done, everybody is everything, more than likely. But tribalism and people being in one particular space for a long time and generations and stuff like that. People say, hey, I'm this, hey, I'm that. And I'm like, okay. But when it comes down to, like I said, intellectual property and shit like that, I don't like people stealing from anybody that I consider my people. You know what I mean? So if we as Black Americans are doing something that is clearly marketable, I don't like seeing people that want to say, "Oh, hey, we're all cool and everything," when I want you to buy from me, but I'm going to block you out and keep bringing my people in to make money off of you. I don't like that.
And then when Black Americans talk about it and say that that is what you're doing and that's what's happening, now there's a gaslighting and we're all Black. And we should have to
Yeah.
accept
It's like
that.
we're all Black. Don't get mad at me because you can pick out. I think you're stupid. And I'm going to say you're a stupid Black American, but clearly you're smart enough to figure out how I'm screwing you. But also, I'm not screwing you because my success is your success, sister. No, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah. All righty. Well, this was a spirited conversation.
I didn't even need to bring up. I just brought up that little piece about Jesse Wu because I just thought
Yes.
it was
No, but
imperative to the conversation.
this is the type of multifaceted conversation that I like to have. This is why I love my community. I love the people that come and kick it with me. It's so amazing. We're so smart, eggheads over here. Did you have any final thoughts that you wanted to say before I
Oh
close
yeah,
out?
I'm like, yeah, of course I adore you and your platform, and I wish you nothing but luck, and all the things, all the positive vibes.
I appreciate you, and I'm going to be looking out for you on your live streams and everything, so I can come out and support you. While even on
Oh
TikTok, you hate
yes,
me.
I'm KK Reloaded on TikTok. Meg
KK
Michaela is
Reloaded.
actually my legal name, but I don't use it on
Too.
TikTok.
You have like multiple KK Reloaded pages, but they all have the same picture, right?
Yeah, all the same picture.
Okay, yeah.
It's
So
actually the AI photo that my sister created for me, actually. And I just have different versions of the same picture or the same
okay,
picture. Yeah.
okay. So yeah, KK Reloaded. That's who this is over on TikTok. I'm going to go ahead and play the outro, and then I'm going to end with the Black Women Call Up. I'm trying to hear something. What does that mean? I'm going to play the outro, and then I'm going to end with something. where I want us to kind of walk away from this whole conversation. The energy I want us to walk away from this whole conversation.
We are the world, we are the children. I don't know. Oh, oh, are we still backstage?
You're backstage. We're still backstage. I mean, we're still on. I didn't finish the thing because I'm about to play something. You can drop down if you want to drop down.
Okay. Girl, I'll stay with you, honey. We could have some
Okay.
girl talk on the back end if you want.
Girl, I'm about to go eat and go to bed. I got a headache. I was like,
Oh,
let me get
girl,
my
I don't even blame you. You know what's funny? I was eating while we were on the live stream.
I would have been eating, but I didn't even have any food or whatever. I was like, let me get this out because I was so not stressed, but like because the live stream
But
didn't.
girl, that face looked good though.
Thank you, girl. Yeah,
Your face looked good tonight,
thank you so
girl.
much.
The face, it's the hair for me, it's the face. Pretty naturally have such a pretty face. Like I just love I think you're I I've always told you that. I think you're gorgeous. I've always thought you were gorgeous.
I know, and you are such a cutie too. You gotta get to be traffic. Y'all are cute.
But like I can't and it's so it's funny because I tried to post like my picture like on the
Mhm.
like on like you know how to like put your picture like while you I don't know yeah you know what I'm talking about I think
On the live stream.
on the live screen when you're on someone else's live though like on your profile
Okay.
like
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like, yeah, I tried to do that but the way I kept on getting flagged like I promise you not even showing that anything below the neck and it's some it's
Child,
some
I don't play with them. They
bullshit
get on my
especially after me.
they get all the way on my nerves. I know after all we talk about the diaspora, it's a white woman, but I promise y'all gonna like it.
Me for
Mhm.
another woman.
No, that's not the one. Hold on.
So today marks 2 weeks since my husband left me for another woman.
I saw that.
I just got home from rock climbing with my sister and her fiance, and I was just thinking about all of the things that I've done in the last 2 weeks. There's just so many things that I've done that I wouldn't have even considered if the situation wasn't the way it was. Like rock climbing, we went and painted pottery. I'm signing up for a pottery class. I'm signing up to volunteer at an animal shelter. I went on a hike. I signed up for a run club and we ran over the George Washington Bridge. I'm just doing all of these things that I would have never considered if I was still in my marriage right now. And it got me thinking about this poem that I read many, many years ago, when I was just a very young gal, at the beginning of this relationship, actually. I was with my husband, then boyfriend at the time, and I felt very connected to this poem, and I thought about it a lot over the last few years, and it just hit me today like a load of bricks. So I wanted to read it to you. It's by Olivia Gatwood. It's in her book, New American Best Friend, and yeah, I'm going to read it to you because I've loved this poem for a long time and it feels so special to come back to it now. Okay, sorry, I needed to get in a better position to read this. It's called Alternate Universe in which I am unfazed by the men who do not love me. When the businessman shoulder checks me in the airport, I do not apologize. Instead, I write him an elegy on the back of a receipt and tuck it in his hand as I pass through the first class cabin. Like a bee, he will die after stinging me. I am 24 and have never cried. Once, a boy told me he doesn't believe in labels, so I embroidered the word chauvinist on the back of his favorite coat. A boy said he liked my hair the other way, so I shaved my head instead of my pussy. While the boy isn't calling back, I learned carpentry, build a desk, write a book at the desk. I taught myself to come from counting ceiling tiles. The boy says he prefers blondes, and I steam clean his clothes with bleach. The boy says I'm not marriage material, and I put gravel in his pepper grinder. The boy says period sex is disgusting, and I slaughter a goat in his living room. The boy does not ask if he can choke me, so I pretend to die while he's doing it. My mother says this is not the meaning of unfazed. When the boy says I curse too much to be pretty, I tattoo cunt on my inner lip. My mother calls this being very phased. But left over from the other universe are hours and hours of waiting for him to kiss me, and here they are just hours. Here they are a bike ride across Long Island in June. Here they are a novel read in one sitting. Here they are arguments about God or a full night's sleep. Here I hand an hour to the woman crying outside of the bar. I leave one of my best friend's front porch. Send my mother two in the mail. I do not slice his tires. I do not burn the photos. I do not write the letter. I do not beg. I do not ask for forgiveness. I do not hold my breath while he finishes. The man tells me he does not love me, and he does not love me. The man tells me who he is, and I listen. I have so much beautiful time.
Wasn't that beautiful?
I do think it was beautiful. I think I saw a little bit of that earlier on the TikToks.
The tickety top.
The
Yeah.
talkery of it all. You know.
I always like to leave on like a positive note, an empowering note, because that's really what I want all this to be about. Like all these
Yeah,
conversations,
I'm like, it's a cute little poem.
these conversations can go to like a very judgmental place, and it can feel like downing people and looking down on people, or like not even, I don't want to say infantilizing people, but you know what I mean. Like
Yeah, I know
to
what you
me,
mean.
empowerment. I want people to be empowered to make better decisions, and I don't want it the answer to be turning off our brains, turning off our discernment or whatever. I want us to be loving, so loving of ourselves that it doesn't feel like a sacrifice to not allow people that don't treat access to us with the reverence it deserves access to us. That's
Yeah.
really all I say.
And
So
I think that's the best message. So
So with that, I bid you all adieu. Good night to you. Thank you for rocking with me through all my technical problems and everything like that. Hopefully, everything should be running smoothly. If and when we have any other problems, I will let you guys know in advance so we can make any secondary things. CVV Des, email me again. I'm going to show my email one more time. Email me. You said you wanted to get into the Discord, so that way I can give you the link to the Discord. I don't like just posting it just in case there's anybody else watching or whatever. um I don't want strays in the Discord, so I always try to make it go through a more a screening system to be able to get in. So just email me, let me know it's you, and then we can go from there. All right, guys, I will talk to y'all next week on here. If you're in Discord with me, I will talk to y'all, tomorrow, tonight, whatever, however we interact with each other. Bye.